All right, well, we're going to get underway because we, want to make sure that we're keeping on time for our public participants this morning. So kia ora koutou, kua tuwhera I tēnei hui, me karakia, nei. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi ake ana te ata kura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora. Well, tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai ki te hui o Pūroro Rangaranga, the Social, Cultural and Economic Committee, I tēnei rā. Tēnā whakamohio mai kia au, ki tētahi kaitohu manapori rānei, mina ka wehe koe I te hui. So please let myself or Alessi know if you'll be intending to leave the hui. Morning tea will be at 10:15 this morning, so that we can make it work around public participation. So I'm now going to move on to apologies, and I do have a few. So we've got Councillors Young and Paul, who won't be at the meeting today. And then we've got Councillor Rush, who will have probably intermittent attendance, and then Councillor Free, who's going to be late. Are there any other apologies today? Great, I feel like that's plenty. So now that we have those, I move the motion for those apologies. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Matthews, thank you. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Please vote.
That has carried.
Kia ora, thank you. Koe mana. So I now call on members to declare any conflicts of interest they may have in relation to any items on the agenda. I don't see any hands going up, so we'll move on. So now I'm going to do the confirmation of minutes. So I move the motion that the Pūroro Rangaranga Committee approve the minutes of the committee meeting held on the 3rd of March 2022, having been circulated and they be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Matthews. Okay, please vote.
That is carried unanimously.
Thank you, Alessi. All right, so we have, there are no items not on the agenda, and we'll now move on to public participation. So we'll now begin with Max on behalf of the Wellington Skateboarding Association. I'm pretty sure I've seen Max there. So nau mai, haere mai Max. You've got 10 minutes, and if there is any time left in that 10 minutes, there may be some questions for you. So over to you, kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Yes, I probably won't take up much of that 10 minutes, but I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Max Olinik. I'm a father of 2 young boys, and I live in Melrose, overlooking Lyell Bay. I'm a writer and a filmmaker, and I work as a senior content advisor at Te Tare Te Whenua DIA. But above all, I'm a skateboarder, and I'm the president of the Wellington Skateboarding Association. I've been skateboarding for 33 years now. It captured my attention as a 12-year-old, and it's been the main constant in my life ever since. Through skateboarding, I have found my identity and a discipline that the rest of my life is fed by. I was inspired to write through skate magazines, and I was inspired to make films through watching skate videos. I started my own clothing label because I wanted to look like a skateboarder. It has given me a community. Many of my friends are skateboarders. I have traveled the world through skateboarding. I've found my career through skateboarding. I write articles for publications from around the world about skateboarders and skateboarding, spanning all sorts of areas, including architecture, fashion, photography, and of course the Olympic Games, at which skateboarding debuted last year in Tokyo. Wellington is a hard place to be a skateboarder. It's often raining, and the skate parks are all pretty rubbish. The only place I really like to skate is Treetops, which is a DIY skate spot created and maintained by passionate volunteers. I'm a founding member of WSA. We formed it as a group of passionate skateboarders to represent Wellington's increasingly diverse skate community. I'm very proud that people like Melissa, who will speak today, is a part of WSA as well, because to begin with, it was just a bunch of dads like myself who wanted to make a difference, but we are now more representative of our community. We run annual competitions and events at the existing skate facilities around Wellington, and we work with Wellington City Council in trying to make this an even better place for our community. How I've been involved in the work Wellington City Council has done so far is I've attended a focus group regarding which is what is now the We Skate campaign, which you may be aware of, run through Wellington City Council, which I'm very proud to be a part of. I've been engaged with Alexi of the Wellington City Council as a WSA representative and helping out with amplifying the campaign and the related events and editorial. You may have seen there was an article on Stuff and the Dom Post earlier this week regarding this proposed Kilburney skate park. What this park could offer to our group is sort of hard to really put a finger on. It's huge. The park would give us a world-class place to skate and call our own. As I've mentioned, the current facilities are all quite outdated and weathered. And yes, they will be getting, they have received funding to be redeveloped, but they are still, the designs not quite up to speed with the rest of the world. This would make Wellington an international destination for skateboarders. So we would see an increased amount of attention, people coming in to use it. There would be events, it's a huge opportunity for tourism and to promote Wellington. It would be a really big attraction. And it would give Wellington skaters a place to develop our community, a central hub for events and activities catering to all disciplines of skateboarding. At the moment, it's a little bit fractured into different parts. And this would just be a place where everyone could go, from beginners to advanced riders, from kids to old guys like me. And why this is important, I think, is skateboarding is a growing recreational activity. It has changed a lot since I became obsessed with it over 30 years ago. It has never been more accessible, diverse, or interesting. A skate park like this would be a huge asset to Wellington and something we could wave proudly as a symbol of our dedication to our community and a commitment to giving young people and not so young people truly world-class facilities to develop their passions. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Max. We do have a question from Mayor Foster. Over to you, Mayor Foster.
Kia ora, Max, and thank you very much. And I love your story and obviously the impact that skating's had on your life. Two questions, if I can. Can you tell us a little bit more about, because it doesn't come through in the paper very much, the location, why Kilburney as opposed to anywhere else? And I've got no idea yet which other locations were looked at. I'm just conscious of where it's city. And the second one is, can you just unpack a little bit more about the tourism and event, etc. opportunities there are, and what kind of things that there are happening in the community which might draw people to Wellington for, to use a facility like this?
Kia ora, Mayor Foster, and thank you very much. It's a bit of an honour to be in the same room as you. Well, I can't speak too much of an expert opinion about the location. I've actually been, I was out of the country over Christmas, New Year period where the feasibility study was done. I had to attend a funeral of a family member. So I'm not, truly aware of that. Personally, I like the location because it's just down the hill from my house. I know that there's a lot of skateboarders in the Kilburney, Lyell Bay area, and there's also some council supported housing nearby that would be it would be a really great location for young people and families to attend. I think skate parks have become like the missing piece of sort of the playground, public space area. That it's a place where young parents can go with their children. It's a place where teenagers can go and just be. There's very few places where teenagers and young people can just be without being told to move on or feeling uncomfortable being there. And it's also a place where they can engage with it physically and not be told to leave. They can practice their skills and just have a great time. I'm hoping that there would be added facilities there like food, drinks, shelter, hopefully, because it rains in Wellington so much and you can't skateboard when it's wet. But I may leave it to someone else to speak more on the location. I think that the central location, Waitangi Park, is the best location, but that park has also been committed to some redevelopment, so it will be brought slightly more up to date. In terms of tourism, I can look to some examples overseas. I have an old friend, Gustav, who is he is a full-time skateboard consultant for the city of Malmö in Denmark, and they have done a huge push through their council to develop that as a skateboarding destination. About 5 years ago, only a few of us would have been aware of Malmö as a place where one professional skateboarder, Pontus Alv, came from and built his own DIY spot, much like Treetops that we have here. But since then, through people like Gustav and engaging with the council, who have been very forward-thinking and just gone all in, they've created a world-class destination skate park, which was actually the site for the finals of the Vans Park series a couple of years ago, and has become a worldwide destination for skateboarders. And they have a school that is dedicated to skateboarding. They create content and they develop the kids basically have skateboarding as a center to develop the rest of their life around, which is what I've done. But they actually have people that know what they're doing leading the way. So that's one example, but there's plenty more around the world. It can be a really positive draw card for a city, I believe.
Thanks, Max.
Kia ora.
Well, kia ora, Max. Thank you very much for coming to Kōrero with us today. We appreciate you taking the time to do that and for the leadership that you're showing in the community. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I'd like to welcome David Reid. No mai haere mai, David, who's representing Skateboard New Zealand. And David, you've got 10 minutes as well. And if there's any time in that 10 minutes, there might be some questions for you. Over to you.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. My name's David Reid. I may cover similar ground to Max. I will say Malmö, I think, is in Sweden, not Denmark.
Sorry.
And
I wasn't going to correct you on that one.
No. I will sort of double down on basically everything that Max has said, though. But I'll introduce myself. I'm 47 years old. I'm a Wellingtonian. I was born in Lower Hutt, and I moved to the good side of the city halfway through my life. I've skateboarded for 36 years and counting. I have my two daughters, Suvi and Eva Rose. They both skateboard. They're 7 and 10. They go to Mel Warner's skate school down at Waitangi Park every weekend. I worked in skateboarding for 30 years. 25 of those have been as a publisher of Manual Magazine, a New Zealand skateboarding magazine published here in Wellington. I work as an experience designer for Octave. My experience as a skateboarder informs my practice. So many of the things experiences that I've had over time have been quite polarizing. Growing up as a skateboarder in New Zealand, I've been spat at, yelled at, told to move on, and generally being viewed as especially as in my early years, as a lower class citizen for using a skateboard. I believe that's changed, and the world has changed. And we can see that in our parks and in our streets today. And, you know, the future plans for Wellington should embrace that. It's still present in some ways through no skateboarding signs and public spaces and such like. So I'm here today to speak on behalf of Skateboarding New Zealand. Now, they're the national sporting organisation for skateboarding. Our vision is better outcomes for skateboarding and skateboarders. And our work covers governance and operations, participation, pathways, well-being, and high performance. We are a high performance sport funding partner. So we support strategic and regional activities. We help the likes of Max at WSA achieve outcomes for their community. So skateboarding has changed. It's changed massively. It's growing. It's part of the mainstream. It's in the fabric of many of our lives, for now and for the future. And it's intergenerational. You know, there are granddads skating. There are 2- and 3-year-olds. At the Olympics in Tokyo, 13-year-olds won most of the medals. For a 46-year-old, many of them competed alongside those 13-year-olds. It's a very diverse audience. We do it for transport, we do it for play, and we do it for our health and well-being, we do it for progression, and we do it for achievement. And we can do it by ourselves, and we can do it together, and it's accessible. So the people are moving away from traditional structured sports to activities such as skateboarding and scooter riding. And there's similar disciplines around that. And it's shown in the surveys and the information that have informed the feasibility study that your team, the Wellington City Council team has done. Wellington is a skateboarder city. Lee Ralph, one of New Zealand's most prominent skateboarders, is from Wellington. Chris Wood, one of our most successful street skateboarders, is from Wellington. The skate pit was in Wellington, which was an indoor facility where the cake tin sits, if we're still allowed to call it that. Now, Manual Magazine is from Wellington. So historically, skateboarders have been underserved in the city through lack of development and maintenance of skate park assets, whether it's ramps, concrete parks, indoor facilities, or integrated skate positive spaces. Skateboarders leave Wellington to chase their dreams or to simply skate better terrain, and often they don't come back. We want to change that. We need safe social spaces, and we need places where people can progress in the sport to the highest level, whether that's for fun or for athletic ambition. There is great work being done in Wellington to listen, document, and discuss these ideas. So we commend you for that. There is a critical need present in our community for better skateboard facilities, ones that provide for our shared view of the future. These will stop the great skate drain as people move to greener pastures or smoother concrete, and will place and create places where people can come together as community on a day-to-day basis, like Max described, or for events, either being grassroots events or large-scale international events. A space like what is being proposed in this feasibility study for Kilbirnie represent a park that will do those things. As Max described, for those spending their first minutes and hours on a skateboard through skate schools or just through a friend, to large-scale events that will attract people from around the country or around the world, and put Wellingtonian on the map as a place, as a destination to come to skateboard that is skate positive. Kilbirnie, Andy, I'll dive into that for you. It's near a central transport hub. It's easy to get to. The eastern southern suburbs have traditionally been underserved by for skate facilities. It will go a long way to amend that deficit that's been there. It's near the airport. It's a flat open space. It can be designed in such a way that can be safe and open space for communities, but also provide for those events to come in and happen. We do those currently at Waitangi with a lot of effort, and the capacity gets tapped out pretty quickly. So we also see Kabuni as a sporting hub with the sporting, I think the ASB Sporting Centre down the road. So it's a nice augmentation to what's already there on site and down the road, being the aquatic centre nearby. So I think you're on a good pathway, and it's a really needed thing. I mean, there's the opportunity we have here is to really create something world-class. And by world-class, I don't just mean for Olympians. I mean across the board for all angles. And lots of other regions have tried to make these things, but they've all missed slightly. And I think with the people that are rallying around this project and informing this project and the process you've been conducting so far, you're on the right path to be really successful and truly create one of the best skate parks in New Zealand, if not Oceania, and be on par with other things in the world. So yeah, thank you for allowing me to speak. And any questions?
Kia ora, thank you, David. Are there any pātai from councillors? I think you've explained it really well. So kia ora, thank you so much, David, for taking the time to come and kōrero with us and your leadership as well. Oh, Mayor Foster, you do have a pātai. Okay, over to you.
I wasn't going to ask a question because I thought somebody else would take the opportunity, but David, thank you very much. Can you just expand a little bit on the last bit that you talked about others having tried but missed? What did they do wrong that we can do right?
I think the big thing to realise is that a skate park is a very specialist piece of design and construction. There are many people operating in the space. There's a couple of different aspects. There's general just quality of build, attention to detail, building the right stuff in the right way. I think that's a really no-brainer. With the talents and the knowledge of the groups that are informing that Alexia has brought into this process with ISMIS to work on this plan are going to, if we follow through on those directives, and there we will achieve those things. I think the important thing is to realise that yes, the space needs to be for communities and for beginners, but what often the mistakes that are often made is they create, as regional parks are created for this, it needs to be safe or provide for new skateboarders, it needs to be small. 13-year-olds are winning the Olympics. The level of progression is so quick these days that we do actually need to be looking at that top end of the scale of where people are going. They will cap out and look elsewhere for their skateboarding ambitions, whether they were just personal ones or for fun and play or for athletic endeavors. So I think it's really important on those two things, just sort of building for the future, not just building for, I need a small thing because I'm grey-haired and old and don't want to hurt myself. But, Max and myself, we both have, we have things we like about skateboarding, but we understand what the future of skateboarding needs as well. And I think that is captured in this plan very well. So, yeah, evidence is just, we constantly see poor execution of build or not relevant design happening. So I think just looking to case studies overseas, looking to proven operators who work in that space to either consult or work on the project directly. Yeah.
So the key thing is harnessing the skills and knowledge of the skateboarding community.
Yeah, these are a known thing. These are very well known things, and both Max and I and the wider team who are involved, Mel, Alexi, can all inform your team on those. And if we keep involved and steer it in the right direction, absolutely.
Thank you, David. Much appreciated.
Kia ora, we are running out of time on this one, so Councillor Foon, can you make it? Is it a quick one?
Yep.
Cool, kia ora.
Kia ora, David. Just quickly, the skate school. Can you just describe very quickly the growth and what you see the potential here is?
Skate schools are seeing tens of, if not hundreds of thousands of kids across the country are coming through skate schools. It is just such a aspect of growth. Just everyday people from all walks of life coming in there. I know I have a friend in Wanaka who's doing they have a fully accessible designed for people with disabilities, with physical disabilities, harness that they use for skateboarding. So it's a very, adaptable skateboarding is a massive thing, and just all walks of life, whether they're 40-somethings like me trying it for the first time, or 3-year-olds. So it's massive. Yeah.
Kia ora. Thank you so much, David, for answering our partai as well. So kia ora, have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to welcome Mel Warner on behalf of Skate Ed. So I imagine she'll be able to talk to us about the education side of it. So welcome, Melissa, and you've got 10 minutes, and there may be some questions if you have time within that. Kia ora.
Sweet as. Kia ora, thank you. So I'm Mel Warner, and I've just turned 23. So really ambitious and driven to make sure that all the youth are spoken for. So I just started my own company called Skate Ed, which is a skate school. So I used to work for someone based in Palmerston North. He runs a company called Onboard Skate. So he basically could see the lack of, basically development and even skate lessons and whatnot on offer in Wellington. So he approached me and some other woman. Some of you might know Bailey Temaipi, who runs Wahine Skate. So she started out as well, same as me. We just worked for this guy that lived in Palmy. We never really saw him at all. And then we sort of built up our own confidence, and skateboarding allowed us both really to learn so much about ourselves and about others. And it just really, like Max and Dave have said, just the whole community, like we felt like we belonged, but we could see the lack of women skating. So we decided to start our own skate schools, and it's been really great. So I registered my company in January this year, and at the moment we're focusing on skate lessons for youth. So we're going to do stuff for adults too, because obviously like everybody wants to skate because it's awesome. So we're going to make sure that it's accessible for everyone, but right now we're focusing on the youth. So that's been really great, because we get about 30 kids in the weekend, which we do 2 lessons, one on Saturday, one on Sunday, and we see about 30 kids. And we do stuff in schools as well. So at the moment, with COVID, we've only been able to go to Hataitai school, but every day we go there. All the kids, because it's a lunchtime thing, all the kids come up to us and they're like, how do we sign up? So we've got 30 kids that are keen, and then since the start of the term we've already had 10 new kids just see us do it and want to sign up, and it's great. So basically I'll be speaking about a lot of the same. Max and Dave have really covered the important things, and I'm going to make sure I focus on the youth. So just in terms of my involvement with the council, I was part of the group that did the We Skate Pōneke campaign. So that was great. We were able to get together and just sort of, I think we called ourselves wheel riders, because we had scooters, we had rollerbladers, we had skateboarders. We tried to get everyone involved, and we just sort of met together and sort of wrote down what skateboarding meant to us and why we do it. Same thing with the Kilbirnie destination feasibility study. I was really lucky to be able to go to those. We had 2 workshops, and we basically just sat down and we just talked about what we wanted to see and why, and all that sort of stuff you can see in the study, what we talked about. But yeah, that was really great, and I'm so glad I got that opportunity as a young woman skateboarding. So what was I going to say next? What the skate park will offer us. So in terms of this, I wanted to keep it really short and sweet. So I've just sort of found a case study that I can pull the good points out. So it's from 2013, so it's slightly dated, but the points still remain important in my opinion. So it was a study by the University of Western Australia, and basically they found that about half of actually, that's not where I'm going to start. I'm going to start back here. So obviously, when looking at skate parks and why we need to build skate parks, it's important to recognise that, yes, they're great and they provide for a lot of people, but they don't provide for everyone. So we need to recognise that skate parks they're not supposed to meet the needs of all young people, but they actually do create a hangout spot and meet a lot of needs for young people, because like Max said, there's not really a lot of people places that they can just go and hang out and do something and not get told to move on. So the fact that there will be a really big open space that these kids can sort of hang out and grow their social connections and their mental well-being, and obviously it's important to connect with other people at a young age and make sure that you grow those connections. So I think a skate park, it will be great for that, and obviously great for what David was saying, because once they're at that level or if they want to take that nationally or competitively, then they can do that all in the same space. So just getting off time to myself, losing track of what I was trying to say. Another thing I think why it's important to obviously build this really cool, shiny new skate park is that it actually shows the youth, and obviously the youth that would use it, and the community, that you're actually engaging in what they value, and you want to cater for them. And I believe that if you're able to do that and able to show the youth that, we value you and we cater for you, and well, not the youth, but, skateboarders, I think that that's going to be something really positive for the city. Like Max was saying, tourism, I think that this could really grow. Obviously it will be able to allow kids to be more active, and they'll be able to grow more connections, like I've said, but it will also grow the vitality of the city as well. So you're going to have more people going out, more people, your mum, oh mum, I want to go to the skate park. Okay, well, let's go for a walk, let's take everybody out. You can go to the swimming pool, you can play rugby, we'll play at the skate park. So that's a good, in terms of location, I think that's what we were looking at as well. It's a big hub for activity. So mums or dads with 6 kids, hopefully no one's got, but 3, lots of kids, they can sort of tick a few boxes at once. So yeah, basically so many people are using these skate parks, and whether they're beginners or whether they're really experienced, I think this space that you've created would really allow for me as a skateboarding teacher to facilitate people learning new things, while also helping them to reach goals of taking it nationally or competitively, or so on and on and on. It's just really important for the kids, for their activities, and so they can stay connected with each other, and build connections with the city and whatnot. Thanks, guys.
Kia ora, Mel. We do have a couple of partai. We will need to be quite quick.
Totally.
So, Councillor O'Neill, you go.
Kia ora, Mel. You're a bit of Wellington. My partai for you, my question is, how have you seen the skate scene shift in terms of the typical people that would normally be using a park? Have you seen that with your and Bailey's work, that we're getting more young people, more women, non-binary people, or what's been your observation there in terms of?
Totally. That's such a good question. So basically, when I met Bailey when we worked with On Board about 3 or maybe probably 4 years ago now. 4 years ago. But the reason Bailey and I started chatting is because she was the only other girl I'd seen on a skateboard around Wellington, like actively going out to the skate parks. Because a lot of other girls that I had heard of that had skateboarded, they did it inside their house. They kept to a space where they felt safe and where they felt like they weren't going to get judged. So basically, with the skate schools, and 4 years later, what I'm seeing is that because a lot of our work is actually with young girls. I would say 80% of it is young girls. So I think having myself and Bailey and my coaches as role models actually has really helped these. So it's lots of youth, and it's so much more women and non-binary people as well, which is great because you've got them seeing, feeling in these lessons that we provide, they do belong. So then they start to go out in their own time. They ask their parents to take them. So yeah, it's shifting so much, and it's great. And I guess social media helps because you can see 13-year-old girls winning the Olympics, which definitely helps with the girls and the non-binary. So yeah, it's so good.
Kia ora. Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. That was really inspiring. I was just reflecting on how you meet different ages of skateboarders, because I know when my kids were smaller and they were taking their scooters, sometimes the older ones got a bit irritated, even though you could understand why, but the kids needed a space too. So do you think this design will facilitate enough space for the small ones as well as the older ones?
Yeah, so basically I think the design, obviously it's very rough. Oops, that's my 10 minutes. I think it's a great design, and I think the importance of obviously making sure that the young ones and the beginners are safe is, even though there was a beginner space set aside in the plan, that's great. I don't personally think that it's necessary to section off an area, because what happens at our skate lessons is that we're able to teach kids equity of the skate park as well. Like if you see something, before you go, you have to look up, you have to see if someone's coming. If they're coming, you wait. But obviously, because we have so much space, it would be so great if we can also build, which is in the plan, smaller sections, because then you do have a space for us to sort of, we run for 4 hours, and other people that use the skate park do get annoyed. So I guess they would appreciate that. But it's important to remember that we're not trying to section off the beginners. We're trying to help them integrate into using the skate park with everyone else, making sure they know how to be safe. So, yeah.
Kia ora. Thank you, Mel. Thanks for sharing your thoughts on that, and your knowledge and information in the mahi that you're doing. Thank you.
Yeah, totally. Well, thanks. Thank you so much for having us included, and the plan looks great. So yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Kia ora. Now I'd like to welcome Simon Hunt. No mai haere mai. So Simon, you've got 5 minutes, and if there is any time, there might be some questions, but it does go quite fast. So over to you. Simon, I think you're still on mute.
Yep. Morena. Hey, kia ora koutou, everyone. No whanganui a taira hau. Of course, I'm tuku inua. So I've grown up in Wellington, been very fortunate to be here, and I'm watching the place change, partly because I've got 2 kids as well, a 13-year-old son and a 9-year-old daughter. So I'll sort of speak from some personal experience as a long-term skateboarder. So I'm very fortunate to have a place called the Skate Pit that Dave mentioned before, and that was, I believe, Australasia's largest skate park at the time. And you'd walk in there as a kid, and honestly, it was better than Disneyland, and that's the feeling people get from these skate parks, from these areas that they feel very connected to, and just know they're going to have a good time at. Wellington, it doesn't have the movie theaters it used to have. It doesn't have the events, and this is COVID related, absolutely, but it's there's not as much, I feel, for the kids to do as there was, and these skate parks we've currently got do need upgrading, which is happening, which I'm so very grateful for. So, I just put that on your radar as well, is that skate parks, like mentioned, they provide this this place for building community, socializing, connecting with the city. So my son is an avid scooter rider. So they head up to other parks. There's quite a cool community thing where there's kids at Maidstone, there's kids at Newlands Park, there's kids at Pūroro Bay, and they travel to the different parks. They'll catch trains in, we're talking sort of 13, 14, 15 years old, and they meet up and they join, and they learn a lot. They learn so much. And that a new park there would just expand on that and allow a lot of other people to really enjoy what skateboarding and scootering can provide. And I'd relate that back as well. There's just so much going on around, formerly our cultural capital. I think skateboarding and scootering and these kind of arrangements can add to that so much more. A lot of team sports these days for kids. Son plays rugby last 3 seasons for Paniki. It's so competitive these days, and it's been so disrupted. There's so many kids dropping out of these kind of sports these days, and skateboarding is such a beautiful balance between an individual pursuit, a sort of creative outlet, as well as a way to socialize and keep kids, off those screens and out and about in a real high level, purpose built, facility will really encourage people out and about. There's a lot of talk about increased popularity, and there's a few reasons for that feasibility study covers, which I thought had nothing to do with that, but it's a low cost entry sport really, or activity or creative outlet, whichever people can focus on. It's not that it doesn't have to be competitive as well. So the more introverts can come down and still feel connected, and it still sort of unites, and it is that creative opportunity that people need without the rules, the regulations, the pressures that a lot of other sort of activities have. I just speak to Mayor Foster's point. The location is apparent. Gosh, Kilburnie's a great one. I mean, there's the sporting fields there. There's the hub there that a ton of activities can happen in. There's the swimming pool there. We've got swimming lessons there. I understand there's going to be a playground upgrade there as well. There'll be a skate park tied into it. There's shops just close by. That's a big part. You can go back and forth. There's the beach just down the road as well. So you can, head to Maranui. You can head to Lyell Bay. You can have a real focus of activities in that area, without having to crisscross the city as well, for a range of just super fun, super rewarding activities that can bring us all together. And also the skate schools as well, and the talk about that is so good to hear in a place that can be expanded. My daughter's on roller skates at some parks, and scooters as well. And she'll watch other females and other people giving it a go and get inspired and want to try it. And so I see it firsthand. There's limited opportunities to really progress in Wellington as well. So, my son and his friends are constantly trying to get up to Napier at a place called Bay Skate. It's good in a lot of ways, but we can do much better. So people do travel for these things to answer those questions. People do come around for these places, and it really brings the benefits to the city. So I hope we do it properly. Thanks.
Kia ora, Simon. You've perfectly managed to use your 5 minutes. So
excellent. No questions? Oh,
no, we won't have time for them now. So kia ora, thank you very much for coming to Kōrero with us. Appreciate that. So now we're going to move on to Merrin Macaulay. Thank you, Merrin, for coming and talking to us today. So you've got 5 minutes, and as you can see, it does go quite fast. So I'll hand over to you. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name's Merrin Macaulay. I live in Newtown, and I am just absolutely in love with and obsessed with roller skating. I've been skating in the park for the last 15 years, so a lot of skating at parks in Wellington, but also I am that person that travels to skate parks all around New Zealand, Australia, wherever I go on holiday or travel for other sport or work, I will take my skates and stay longer and go visit the local skate park. And so through that experience, I've gained a lot of opinions on what makes a great skate park. And so I was really excited to be part of the recent workshops on the feasibility study for the spot at Kilburnie. So I want to talk a little bit about my experience and what skating means to me, and then also what I think it is offering for the city and for other people and for the future. So my experience has been that roller skating at the park is a way that I can express myself and be creative and exercise and be active and get that sense of joy from trying new things and meeting new people. And it's just a really great way to go to the park and forget about everything else that's going on, forget about the pandemic or whatever was going on at work. And so that is what it's meant to me, and that is what I would love to see it be able to mean to other people. And I think other people have already referred to that it's quite hard to get into skating in Wellington because of the current parks. And I've had a lot of people who've come with me and tried it out, but it's very difficult to progress. So it would be great to have a place that had a something with people for all different levels. So somewhere where people can learn, but also where they can continue to come back and be challenged and find new things to do each time. So my big focus for doing those workshops was not for me personally, but for what I think the future of the skate parks in Wellington can be for the young people in the next generation. And so for me, it's roller skating. For them, it might be scootering, it might be skateboarding, it might be some other sport that I don't even know exists yet. Whatever that is, I want them to have a place to be able to do that, and a place to be able to do exercise and activity that's not necessarily traditional structured team sports. I think that those are great and they teach you a lot of life skills, but they are not for everyone. And I think being a part of a community at the skate park can also teach you a lot of great life skills, like Mel was talking about skate etiquette and teaching young people to take their turn and to be aware of their surroundings and to be respectful of other people using the same space as you. I think that a lot of traditional sports are very gendered, and that can be a very unsafe or unwelcome or uncomfortable place for young people who are non-binary. And I think the skate park is great in that it's open to anyone, and you can feel a lot more comfortable there than you might in other team sports. A thing that I have seen recently is a huge explosion in the growth of the popularity of roller skating. And that has been particularly during the last couple of years during the pandemic. And I think a big part of that is because it's a very kind of safe outdoor, socially distanced activity that you can do. If people are feeling nervous about going to the gym or their team sports are being disrupted, this is something you can continue doing throughout. So I would also really keen to see us give the people that are picking up this new sport or returning to the sport that they used to do when they were younger a wonderful place to go and practice that. How am I doing for time?
We have actually come to the end of our 5 minutes, and we will actually just stop there because we've got some other people coming a bit later on. But thank you so much, Miran, for taking the time to come and share with us. It's really inspiring to hear you talk about your experiences. So thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora. What we're going to do now, committee, is we're going to have a 10-minute morning tea break, and then we'll come back at 12:30, and Kuro Moya, who will join us to share his whakaaro about the new name for the sports centre out in Kilburnie. So cameras off, make sure you mute, and have a good 10-minute break. Kia ora. Kia ora koutou. So we'll try and get underway again now. If people can turn their cameras on to let us know that they're back. So we're still waiting for a couple more to join us. Just reminding people if they come back to their computers to turn their cameras on just so we can see that we've got enough people here to get underway again. I think we're probably close. Kia ora. Kia ora. Elise, have we got the numbers to be able to get back underway?
If we could just have one more camera on.
One more camera. So Mayor Foster, Councillor O'Neill. What else have we got?
Yep, there you go. We've got
Cool,
quorum now.
great. Awesome. Thank you very much. Well, we're now going to move on to item 2.1, which is the name change proposal for the what is known at the moment as the ASB Sports Centre. And so I'd like to begin. The officers introduce the report. I'd like to invite Kura Moeahu to speak to this proposal for the name Akotangi. So tēnā koe e te rangatira, Kura, nau mai, haere mai. It's great to have you here with us this morning, and we're looking forward to hearing your kōrero about this beautiful name. So if I hand over to you, there could be some pātai from the committee, if that's okay. There may not be, I don't know, but then we will, we will also there may be some questions for staff as well, but we'll begin by hearing from you first, and then we'll go from there. So over to you. Kia koe te rako, kia ora.
Tēnā koe. Is there a possibility just to share 2 slides?
I think that should be all right. We'll just check with Elise. Can we do screen sharing for Kura?
Yep, let me just arrange that.
Has that worked? Oh, great. Over to you. Beautiful.
Can you see that slide?
Oh, sorry, we could before, but then it disappeared again. Are you able to share it again? Beautiful slide of Te Whanganui Atara.
Let's try. Let's try it. Oh, no. What's going on here?
We can see the committee paper.
Hold on, let's just see. Bring that over here, share. Right.
It's all good. Technology keeps us on our toes. There it is. Beautiful.
Can you see that?
We can see that. We can see Te Whanganui Atara. It's beautiful.
Okay. I'll try to bring it up to full screen.
Oh no, that disappeared.
Okay. We'll do it this way. Here we go. This time. Okay. Oh. No. This stuff. Now, okay. I just wanted to just in some background. I've had a number of discussions with some of the staff out at the Kilburnie Arena, and after the ASB decided to relinquish its name, there was the opportunity and discussion we had not only just with the staff but also with Ngā Mokopuna and in relation to the location. And from after listening to the narrative in terms of that first slide there, it gives where the current ASB and Kilwa attire, the channel in between both Maupuia, Miramar, and on the east side there. And there was an old original power site known as Te Akautangi. But the name Akautangi actually has deep history when you look at it in the context of its true meaning. It has a strong correlation with the narrator for Tākina, because the environments of the winds and the impact that it has on our harbour actually creates different, the term known as Te Akautangi. And I actually want to, Te Akautangi is not a specific name. It actually has to do with understanding the environment of the time. And I chose to utilise this painting by William Swainson, and it was painted around 1849, 1850, roundabout, just to give a description of the type of landscape that it would have looked like at the time of his painting. But in saying that, Te Akautangi has a strong association with the environment. Te Akautangi has a strong association with the narrative of Te Aratupua, particularly Tangi Te Kio. And they actually both complement one another. And so in Te Akautangi is, if we break the word down in itself, Ako is another word for a coastline, the coastline, a rocky coastline, and tangi is to enable it to the crying of the coastline, if we were to give it an interpretation of that. And why I say it has a strong relationship with our Tangi Te Kio, the summit of salutations. Kio is another word for puke, another word for hiwi, another word for taumata. Kio is another word for a certain peak, a certain height. And Tangi Te Kio is the summit of salutations in its brief translation. But in terms of the environment, they say it's a certain screech of birds, but we have forgotten to get back in touch with our environment. And Akautangi is very much the same as Tangi Te Kio. Tangi Te Kio, if we wake up around about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and we walk outside our house now, for those that are fortunate that live close to bush or reserves, you can hear the sound of the different birds. And that is the true meaning of Tangi Te Kio. Akautangi is actually understanding the environment around where, particularly where the ASB is, the building is understanding the environment, the sounds from the different coastlines. Now, I also had the opportunity to meet with some of the rowers around from there, and gave them a description of Akautangi, and that for those that understand the water and fishermen, they have a good intimate understanding not only of the tides, but it's actually understanding the rips and the sounds of different waves breaking onto those coastlines. So ākautangi is the salutations of the vast coastlines, particularly around Wellington. And if you listen intently to the various sounds on a calm day in Wellington, if you're on the Evans Bay side, there's very little sound coming off the coastlines. But if you come down around by Taputeranga, down at the Kilburnie end, the sound is very, very different. So ākautangi is actually understanding the language of what the waves are saying at the various points. It's not just one specific point. They did name a specific pā site close by on the eastern side between Te Awataia as Te ākautangi, but they would have had an understanding when would be the right time to actually cross over to access the kaimoana on Motu Kairangi and vice versa. So ākautangi is a name based on the environment around Kilburnie on both sides, on the north and on the east side of Kilburnie on the beachfront there. And when we look at it at today's context, the ākautangi represents the unique sounds of the water bashing up against the diverse coastlines around Evans Bay. So Te ākautangi was a name that we explored, meeting with staff and members of the community, and members and staff from ngā kura kaupapa o ngā mokopuna. And we kind of landed on that particular name and the narrative. It has a very, very close narrative around the creation of our harbour, particularly with Te Ara Tupua and the story of Ngāke and Whātaitai. Te ākautangi does not happen unless the wind is in full flight, and part of that is tākina, te haukāriri, tākina, te haukānguha. So when the winds are raging and fiercely bashing, swirling around in our harbour, you'll hear the sounds of te ākautangi as the waves and the water smash up against the coastline of both the northern coastline where the current building is, and the south coastline of the sound. So te ākautangi is the various sounds of the water as they are bashed up against the diverse coastlines around our harbour. I just wanted to share that in terms of the narrative, of its historical purpose. It is of significance. The name is of significance to Taranaki whānui, and it sits very well within the local narrative, and particularly with Kilburnie. There has been a drive, particularly with the curriculum of New Zealand history in the curriculum now, where local schools, local communities are wanting to know local narratives, which makes each suburb totally unique as we start to share different narratives in relation to their place, in relation to their space, and in relation to the community of Kilburnie. So it is a term that both the kayakers, the wakaama groups that we spoke about, that are very familiar with when they're out on the Evans Bay. They understand which way the winds is coming, what sides to best row when the winds are up, and understanding their coastline that they raised is very important to them so that they can actually get out on the water. So I just wanted to share that with kia koutou te kaunihira at this point in time. If there are any questions, I'm open to answering those questions.
Oh, kia ora, e te rangatira. It's really awesome to hear you kōrero about that. I always enjoy learning more about the area, and I think you make some really good points about listening and being observant of the environment. So, thank you for reminding us of that. We do have a pātai from Deputy Mayor Free.
Kia ora.
It's lovely. I always enjoy hearing what you've got to say. I just wondered if there's also a little bit of a connection, or if you can comment on the name Rongatai, which I think is something to do with the sound of the tide. Just tying in with that sounds idea.
Yeah, there is a kōrero that relates to Orongatai. It relates to Rona Kukumetai, and that the magnetic pull of the tides of high and low tides and its correlation with the moon. So with Rongatai is actually understanding and listening. Not only listening when there's also not only listening with our ears, but there's a saying ko ngā taringa I kite, it is my eyes that see. It is my eyes that hear. So we're using all senses of both our hearing, our visual, and Orongatai, and fishermen know that when they're out on rocks and casting their line, they have to keep not only in open ear, they have to keep their eyes open just in case those unexpected waves and have an intimate understanding of that surrounding at that point in time. So so fishermen who cast their line, kia rongo rātou ki ngā tai, they're actually listening to the tides, not only listening, but but also using their visual to ensure for safety. There's a strong correlation to te ako tangi. In fact, just not in the one place, it's actually right along the coastline.
Thank you. Great.
Kia ora, Mayor Foster, over to you for your pātai.
All right, it's always fantastic to hear the stories and how they add to the richness to our city and to our people. Two not quite so rich questions, though, just pragmatic questions. Do we put the words like community sports centre after it, or do we just leave it as te aku tangi?
Well, what we've got to remember now, we're now a bilingual country, and we're actually I think organisations and groups are decolonising themselves and wanting to become more inclusive. Some people will call it ako tangi, some people will call it ako tangi sports centre. So I'm quite flexible on that. I'm very flexible on bilingual signage. It doesn't have to be translated directly for what it means, but at least people know. And so I'm all open for that.
Yeah, I was thinking of it in terms of like we have Takina as the name, but we also say it's the convention and exhibition centre.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's cool. And the other one is, I know that we don't have sponsorship now, and it doesn't appear to be any on the horizon, but does sponsorship fit with that or not?
Oh, that's something that should be explored. It should be explored.
Okay, no, that's cool. Thank you very much, Kura.
Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe.
Kia ora. That looks like that's all the pātai there. So ngā mihi mai aha ki a koe, Kura. It's really lovely, as people have said, to hear from you today, and thank you very much for the gift of this beautiful ingoa for the centre. I think it's great that it's connecting the community back with the environment, which is really exciting. We will have our debate in a few minutes. There may be, I don't know if there's any pātai for council officers around any of those sort of logistical bits. It sounds as though Councillor Pennant might have a question. So you're welcome to stay on Kura and listen to the questions and the further debate. But you also, if you're busy, I know that the day goes fast. You don't feel you have to stay if you're busy. But over to you, what you want to do. Kia ora, thank you so much for your time.
Tēnā koe.
Kia ora. So I think I saw Councillor Pennant put up her hand. She might have a question for officers. I can see that you're there in the room. So over to you, Councillor Pennant.
Thanks, Chair. Look, if this is commercially sensitive, I think it'll be fine to give us an offline answer, but I was just curious about how much money that ASB agreement was worth, and then what kind of hole does that leave in our budget? And sorry, I just wasn't quite clear from the paper because it was all about removal of signage. And then are we going to try and find someone else to replace that cash?
Sorry, I am just going to say here that this paper is specifically about the naming, so that might be something that does need to be followed up offline, but I'll let the officers speak to that.
Okay, yeah, I know that it's just because it was talking about costs, that's all.
Yeah, so look, we're happy to share that with councillors offline in terms of the 10-year sponsorship that's ended. Yeah, I think that's probably answers your question, Councillor Bennett. I think the other thing, just in terms of funding, you know, one of the things about the centre from the day it opened, you know, it's probably taken 8 to 10 years to grow our patronage to close to 1 million people coming through the door a year. So the naming rights sponsorship was very critical to the centre in those early years, but it's less critical now, the income from that. And actually the current, I suppose, funding policy and settings that we've budgeted for ASB doesn't require the naming rights sponsorship to meet its funding policy requirements.
Right, are there any other pātai? Doesn't look like it. Okay, we'll get straight into it. So I'll welcome Kim. Sorry,
Jo, I was a little slow on my finding my hat and my buttons.
Okay, over to you, Mayor.
So look, same questions to officers I asked Kura. Do we put Te Aku Tangi and then do put sports centre or community sports centre, or does that allow for that rather than preventing it in terms of the resolution? And it's just so that people, at least for a while, who might need to know what it is, will be that they might be helped by that. And the other one is, do we need to just to recognise that if there is sponsorship at some stage in the future, we can consider that, obviously in discussion with Mana Whenua.
Yep, so I can answer that one. So we're just working through the transition of the name, including the signage and all the collateral that goes with that. I think we haven't fully landed, I guess, the naming conventions that we're going to use and whether we use the same convention throughout or we have different approaches. But I think your point is a very good one, that having the the community sports centre in the title is actually quite useful, particularly in the early days, just in terms of being, I guess, a good identifier for people. Any future commercial sponsorship, I think there was some reference to that in the paper, and one of the things for councillors to note is that there's actually a number of spaces within the centre that have had different names on them. So there's a number of approaches that we can take, should we want to bring on board commercial partners at some point in the future. But I think that the key point here is that Aku Tangi will become the enduring name for the centre, with any sponsorship kind of, I guess, secondary to that.
Yeah, I'm very, very happy with that. So would it be worth us noting those points somewhere in the resolution?
Yeah, I don't, Mayor Foster, I don't think that's necessary.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm happy with that then.
Kia ora. Well, that looks like that is all the pātai now. So now I will hand over to Kim to just introduce the report.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Look, first of all, I'd like to acknowledge Kira for presenting the significant and rich history of Aku Tangi. As you're aware, the ASB Sports Centre is Wellington's largest community sports facility and a prominent landmark at the head of Evans Bay. In 2011, Council entered into the 10-year naming rights agreement with ASB Bank for the sports facility. And late last year, at the conclusion of the 10-year partnership, ASB advised that they didn't wish to extend or renew the naming rights agreement. And while that's unfortunate, I think that the partnership has come to an end, I'd like to acknowledge the ASB Bank for their decade of commitment and support to the city's premier indoor sports facility. As you've heard, officers have been working with Mana Whenua and key stakeholders to explore a new name and identity for the centre. And as you've heard from Kura, the preferred name for the centre is Ako-Tangi, a name that connects the facility to its surrounding and speaks to the meaning and significance of the centre. And so to answer Mia Foster, while it's proposed that this will be the centre's enduring name, this will not mean that we cannot consider future opportunities of sponsorship down the track. So essentially that's it. We're very happy to answer any further questions you may have, and thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. Yes, I got the order a little bit out of whack there. We did things differently to start with, but thank you so much for introducing that. We'll now go on to move the paper. So I'm going to move this motion. I'm wondering if I have a seconder. How about Councillor Foon, who's got her hand up there? Kia ora. Oh, actually, Liz Kelly, I can see you're there. How about we have you second this one? So I'll just do a very brief introduction, because I think little speech here, because Kura has done such a good job of explaining to us about the location and how this all fits together. I'd like to begin by thanking the officers, particularly Sarah Murray, for her mahi on this, and I know there's been many other staff who have worked on bringing this process together, because when we go out and try and work out names and go through this process, how we do it is as important as where we get to. So I'd like to acknowledge and thank staff for their approach and their way of working on this. And I'd really like to thank Kura Moeahu for his mahi and his leadership here. I think it's so good to be constantly grounded in the fact that of the space that we're in and how we can interact with that, and also that the understanding of how these were the original names in this area, and so how we can bring that into being in a modern environment is quite an important translation. So Ako-Tangi is a beautiful name, and an important, I guess, reminder of a past that looked quite different. I mean, when you hear the kōrero about having to think about how you cross the water and needing to be mindful of that, it's certainly a different time to the one that we're in now, but the environment around us is still very important. I would like to see, I guess, some visual and auditory representation of this, particularly maybe within the centre, to support people with understanding the name, but also how to articulate it. It's a beautiful name, and it's really helpful when people are pronouncing it correctly. So I'd like to see that shared in the environment. And I think we're starting to see around the question around having a dual name or having the sports centre name with it. I'm starting to observe that with the likes of Tākina, people in Wellington and out of Wellington are really just referring to it as Tākina now. It's understood and known, and I think we'll find with this centre that Ako-Tangi will be the name that we hear. It's beautiful, and people will have a strong sense of identity of how that links with this place. So I'd really love to see some work happen in that space, and I know that the team have sort of already been thinking about how they can do that, and how that the centre sort of responds to that, and how the signs and that sort of thing look. I'm going to leave it there, because I think that's all I need to say, but I'll hand over to Liz if you'd like to say anything. Liz, over to you. Kia ora.
No, I'm fine, thanks. You said it all very well.
Oh, kia ora, Liz. Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor O'Neill.
Sorry, excuse me. I just wanted to reiterate what a joy it is to have Kura come and speak to us, and how much I look forward to that. And I think I can speak for my two ward colleagues, Deputy Mayor Free and Sean Rush, that this is an amazing asset. And every time I go to this centre, I see the community grow, and we have some really fantastic staff here that I know will be taking great pride and relaying the stories that Kura shared with us this morning. And just, as an Eastern Ward councillor, I just wanted to say how excited I am and how awesome it is that our community is growing in the recreation space of that area.
Kia ora, Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, and thank you, Kura, for sharing the stories that you have today. And being a netball mum, I have sat outside many hours of ako tangi, listening to the sound of the water. And so I really appreciate knowing that, and I just want to share that. Yeah, I will be thinking a lot more deeply about that now. So thank you, and agree with Councillor O'Neill. I think the team will be incredibly delighted, and yeah, we'll support and carry that name with mana. Kia ora.
Kia ora, te kuri me free.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to comment on the idea of yours, Jill, which I totally support, of actually having some sounds and an explanation of the name within the building. It is an environment that's got a lot of wonderful sounds, and with all the improvements that have gone along Cobham Drive, we now have so many birds and you know, waves crashing, penguins, all sorts of wonderful things. So I think it's this just adds to the story we've got to celebrate what we're doing in that particular area. Thank you.
Kia ora. Well, I think that looks like our Mayor Foster, over to you.
Yeah, look, I know we weren't going to say very much here, but I was just going to say I think I completely agree with the importance of telling stories, and I think Kura is a wonderful storyteller. I think the stories he's woven around Takina and now Taku Tangi, Ahotangi, is great, and I just think it's really important we do tell the stories because they add richness to our city.
Well, kia ora. I think that looks like we've finished the debate now, so I don't need to do a right of reply. I'm very happy just to invite you all to vote now.
And that has carried unanimously.
Oh, kia ora. Thank you. Ko mana. Thank you, everybody. We will now move on to item 2.2, which is the trading and event sites on Wellington Town Belt and Reserves. No mai Christine Ford ki te hora I te kōrero, so I'd like to welcome Christine, who I think might be somewhere with us online. I can see you there. So welcome, Christine, if you'd like to introduce the report, and then we'll, I think there will be some questions, so we'll go over to those. Over to you.
As you know, we adopted the trading and events in public places policy in November last year. And that's due to take effect from, can you hear me okay? I can see you leaning forward. You can? Yes? Yeah, okay. Sorry. And that's due to take effect from July this year. So that policy provides a new streamlined approval process for certain activities to take place on some specified Wellington Town Belt and Reserve sites. And the reason we introduced that framework is that through our extensive stakeholder engagement and consultation that we carried out in July last year around the policy, we heard from operators, and quite a number of operators, that they find our current processes difficult to navigate. And as a result, they don't go through the approval process. So there are activities that are occurring on Wellington Town Belt and Reserve that are not licensed currently. So this framework offers a streamlined process to make sure that that approval process is as straightforward as possible. It's also to enhance the recreational use and enjoyment of our reserves in Wellington Town Belt by having a streamlined process for those certain low impact and low scale activities to occur, such as mountain bike coaching and tours and lessons. It's also to provide clarity to staff and operators about what is allowed and where, including those activities that are already occurring. And so if we have a straightforward approval process, we can ensure that those activities are licensed and approved, and then we can effectively manage them so that they are safe, and then we are meeting our obligations under the Health and Safety at Work Act. So it's important to note that the activities that we propose are low impact. They've got no built infrastructure. they're compatible with the core values of each of the areas, and they enhance the public's use and enjoyment of the site. It's also important to note that each application will still require a case-by-case assessment. This isn't a blanket approval for all those activities to occur. And for any activities on Wellington Town Belt, committee approval will always be required, and that committee can also ascertain whether or not we've met our obligations under Section 16 of the Act, and then decide to carry out further consultation if they see fit. So through our consultation on both the policy, where we did propose some sites and activities, and the second round of consultation on the sites and activities, overall more people are in support of those proposals than not. But we have heard some strong opposition, which you heard in the oral submissions a few weeks back. And so what we've recommended is a revised conservative approach for this first round under the new approval framework because of that feedback. And so happy to take any further questions.
Kia ora. So I'm just going to call for any questions. Councillor Pennant, over to you.
Thank you. I have a few, so I'll go back on the list, if that's okay. Christine, thank you very much for all your work on this and for making the changes that you did. That's helpful. Sorry, don't quite understand the implications around the PAR sites. So there is a more liberal regime coming. How will then that intersect with the work on the district plan?
So the work on the district plan identified sites that were SASM. And so with our consultation with Mana Whenua, they asked that we joined our approach with the district plan approach to temporary activities on those particular sites. So for the category A sites, which are the PAR sites, that would mean any application for an activity on that site would require further consultation with iwi to manage the effects of that activity. For category B, they are happy for us to go through the process that they identified with the district planning team to manage those category B SASM sites.
Okay. So if there was anything inappropriate, Mana Whenua would have a right to veto that basically on those sites. Yeah, okay, great. Okay, good. That doesn't need an amendment. Good. That word pretext was used twice in relation to submitters. This document exists in perpetuity. Is it possible? I can't move an amendment to change officers' wording, but is that possible? Just because it just was a bit unfortunate.
That's noted, and we agree a better wording would have been the reasons given. And so what I could do is check with Democratic Services if that's okay before they go up.
Yeah. Okay. That would be awesome. Thank you. Look, my big issue is around consultation, and as we talked about, as one of the, along with Mayor Foster and former Councillor Ritchie, you know, our intent was to make this strict legislation and strict policy, and I just don't, that was not the intention to do sort of a bundle of consultation and then to have it, give it effect for however many years. And I do want to move an amendment about it being 3 years, because otherwise I just think it's too open. I just don't quite understand how the lawyers have come to this point of view that you can do this consultation and then put aside put aside the current process to go to a new process.
So to answer your question, this proposal meets our obligations under Section 16 in that every application requires a case-by-case basis to make sure that the public have had a chance to have their say on this particular activity at this particular site, for, you know, as the policy provides, no more than 2-year licence. And officers will assess that. They will write a paper to the committee, and then the committee has the overall say on whether those obligations under Section 16 have been met. As you know, for business activities, there is that further obligation to publicly notify those. and that's making information publicly available about the proposed activities. And so while this current consultation is likely to meet that requirement as well, we have recommended and made a note of it in the recommendations of the paper that we have a dedicated website set up notifying the public of any proposed licenses under this new approval framework.
When you say notification, it's not like in a planning sense, it's just giving people information. It's not giving people the chance to have a say, is it? Under Section 18.
That's right. Under Section 18, it's publicly notify. Under Section 16, it's consult. And so we have given submitters two opportunities through the policy consultation and through this current consultation to have their say, and for that to be taken on board. And that is why we've revised the sites and revised the activities as well. So we've removed 3 of the 6 Wellington Town Belt sites.
Yeah. So, and just that question about how often is this going to be reviewed? Because that's not defined.
We would recommend that there would be a 3-year review period just to check how the new framework is going, and then we can report back to committee after that with that report.
Sorry, you're quite faint. Sorry, was that in 3 years?
Yes, that we would recommend a review.
Okay.
Of the framework.
Okay, thank you. So hopefully my amendment will be okay. Jill, I'll go back on the list. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Phone.
Kia ora, thank you for the mahi, and Councillor Pennant just answered one of my questions on the review period. I just wanted to check in with officers just on managing time, if there still needs to be approval sought, and I appreciate this is part of the way of managing what's going on, but yeah, how much time will that take officers to go through each application? And then in terms of the ones coming back to committee regarding Town Belt, how many per annum would you be expecting?
I'm just going to pass over to Will, who will be the main officer leading those operations.
Thanks, Christine.
Hi, I'm William Melville, the Park Services Manager. So with regards to officer time of processing the applications, I would imagine when this policy is first introduced, we would have a few current operators who are operating without a license go through the process, but it would not be a significant amount. We don't have many requests for people to carry out trading on the Town Belt, and the funds that were assessed would have to be of minor impact. So I don't imagine it would be a significant amount going forward once the current people operating have got some form of approval.
And what about for coming back to committee?
Well, the reason that I'll just jump in. The reason that we've proposed this process is to streamline that, so it's only the identified activities that have already been assessed by our planners against the management plan, the legislation, and the policy provisions, and they've only been put forward because they have been considered as low impact and being compatible with the values of each area, as well as enhancing the recreation use of each area.
Okay, great. I've got 2 more, Chair Partai, if that's okay. One is a quick one. Just the one on in Lyell Bay, the approval there, why would applicants need written approval from YL? And then the broader one, I thought your answer for the cemeteries, what do we understand about tikanga and cultural practices in cemeteries? I think that would be really good to hear that online. Thank you.
Okay, so to answer the first question, the Wellington Airport provided a submission, and that's been provided to councillors. In that, they've asked that for the events, that any events that would be approved under this new approval framework, that they would have the ability to review them in terms of just making sure that there were no sort of shiny objects or anything that would create glare for pilots.
So no dance parties down at Lyell Bay, is that what you're saying?
Not, yeah.
Dang. Okay, next one. The cemeteries question. Would you feel comfortable?
Okay. So the question you asked was, what do we understand of the tikanga and cultural practices on eating and drinking in cemeteries? So we did have a bit of feedback around, whether it was appropriate to have coffee carts at the cemeteries. It was not our intention that there would be a permanent coffee cart or food truck at the cemetery, but that we would allow commemorative event organisers to provide food and coffee at certain events. And we understand that there are tikanga and there are other cultural practices at cemeteries. So we know that it wouldn't be appropriate for visitors to eat or drink at a urupa or in that vicinity. But we also know that there's some other groups that have different cultural practices, such as Chinese. There is a Chinese practice of leaving food on graves, and some other groups will sit on a blanket and eat a sandwich with their loved ones. So it's really important that we acknowledge that the cemetery is a diverse community, and these practices have been undertaken for a long time, and people are respectful of each other's beliefs.
Kia ora, thank you, lovely answer.
Kia ora, over to you, Mayor Foster.
Thanks, Chair. I think at this stage, 3 questions. The first one on recommendation 5 suggests that as a result of this, we'll then go and update or change other policies, management plans, etc. But given particularly management plans have been through a process already, consultation process already to put them together, how does that work? And that surely we would then need to say, well, we'll have to go through another process to amend the management plan if that's necessary. I'm particularly thinking of the Town Belt management plan, but management plans generally.
It would be, that would be a PSR planning question, but I would envisage that when they do a review of a management plan, they would incorporate the new framework for these particular, or they would actually just refer to the policy for approval, for the approval process for these particular activities, just so that it was kept up to date. And I would imagine it would be a simple update and reference to that policy. It wouldn't be a rewrite of any management plan. Would you agree, Will?
Yeah, I'd say it would definitely just probably, because we would be using the management plans to assess the criteria for activities to happen. When management plans came up for review, at that point, we would refer to the temporary training and events and public places policy as a mechanism to issue approvals for those activities, while still referring back to the management plan to carry out an assessment of effects.
So what you're saying is that, yes, you do think that effectively you'd either at the moment ignore the management plan if it was written in a way which didn't accord with the resolutions of today or of this paper, and you then move back and rewrite them later on. Is that
I'd say the management plan, this is my perspective, the management plan would take precedence, because that's how we assess using the rules chapters of the management plans, how we assess activities that are happening. So we would use the trading policy as a framework to issue any approval, but the management plan as the guiding principles to be able to issue that under.
So that recommendation, which says, let's go back to it, which says that we would, sorry, excuse me. It says note that they'll be updated to reflect that. That kind of tells me that the TEPPP would take precedence, even though what you're just telling me now, if I'm understanding you correctly, is that actually no, the management plan would take precedence until it's changed.
So management plan, there is.
Sorry, you're very, very faint.
Under the is that better?
Hang on.
Under the management plan, there is a clause that sets out how we manage managed activities. And so it would only be that clause that would need to be updated and I'm not sure how the planners will, when they would update that, whether they would do it in the next review or they would do it straight away. But it's only this approval framework that would need to be updated in that management plan, and that is just that there are certain activities that officers can assess on reserves, and the Wellington Town Belt that wouldn't change, because the committee will always have the right to approve or not the activities.
Yes, I'm still not 100% clear what you're trying to tell me, but because the management plan says changing any part of it, changing part of the management plan.
Sorry, Mayor Foster, it's very hard to decipher what you're saying. If you could sort of...
What I'm trying to say is, are you trying to change the management plan? What I'm hearing is yes, but only that bit. And I understood that, but it's still a yes.
Sorry, you're saying that we would change the management? Sorry, I didn't quite understand that question.
But my problem is that is recommendation 5, which tells us we're going to update policies and management plans. So that's one thing, but it's how you actually use the management plan between now and any time which is changed if it is not consistent with the TEPP. Because the management plan is still the management plan until it's changed.
We'll look at both documents, and as I said, it's only that clause around where the approval sits for certain activities, and any activity that isn't provided for under this new framework still needs to go through that approval process that's set out in the management plan, and it would need to be reviewed very carefully to make sure that when I say it, I mean the management plan would need to be reviewed very carefully to ensure that it reflects that it is only these particular activities that we have consulted on. It's not all applications for trade and event activity that fall under this new framework. And yes, to answer your question, the management plan would need to reflect that before July, because the management plan does take precedent over the policy.
Before July, so we would then have to change it. We would actually have to have a resolution to change the management plan and go through whatever process is required.
Sorry, Mayor Foster, maybe your hand over your mouth. I'm not sure, but we're not hearing you.
Sorry, you would need. So what you're saying is yes, we would need to change.
We still can't hear you. I don't know whether your microphone's because it got paper over it or.
No.
It's unusual. Usually we can hear you, but today you were very quiet.
Well, maybe I'll log on and log off again, and we'll see if that improves it.
Yeah, if you just speak up for this bit, because we sort of want to keep things moving.
Okay, what you're trying to say to me is that we will need to change the management plan before July, so we will have to go through whatever process that we have to go through to change the management plan before July. No, you're on mute now. We're all having problems.
For this particular change, can you not hear me?
Struggling.
Can you hear me now?
Much better. Yep.
Okay, just turn it towards me. Yes, for this particular framework.
Not sure what's happened there.
Yeah.
Sorry, Andy, can you hear me?
Yes, Baz.
Can we come back to that question? Can you just give us 2 minutes to work our way through that one?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe there's a few other questions that we can get to first.
Yeah.
Come back.
Okay. The other question is in relation to the Town Belt Act, which I'll just call that up. So there are certain things, licenses, etc., have to go through a committee process. Business activities don't, according to the Act, but we've got to make the information available about the proposed business activity. My question really is, if we make information available and we get feedback on that, what do we do with that feedback, particularly if it is adverse?
Oh, we can't hear you now, even though you're not on mute, but it's.
Can you hear me now?
You are coming and going a bit. I don't know whether the computer's having a bit of a malfunction with its microphone or not. Seems that the mirror and your computers are struggling. Not really. Do you,
What we're going to try and do is we're just going to try and log into a different computer. So
yeah,
maybe, can we take a 5-minute adjournment so we can?
well, actually, I'm wondering about suggesting 10 minutes because our morning tea was actually 5 minutes shorter than normal. So how about we have a 10-minute break now, and that gives people some time to get their technology sorted out, and we'll come back and have a go. So yeah, 10 minutes. So we will come back at 11:37. Cameras off and microphone. Mute yourself as well, please. Could just get people to turn their cameras on when they return, that would be awesome.
Jill, can I just check that you can hear me loud and clear now?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome.
Can I please check that you can hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, you're getting a bit of a
that's
echo.
okay.
Have they muted? Cool.
Okay.
Awesome.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. Fantastic. Right. So I'm trying to remember where we were up to. I think it was a question that you were going to have a think about to answer from the Mayor, wasn't it?
That's correct. Yes.
So if I hand over to you, Christine.
Thank you. So to answer your first question, Mayor Foster, I have Laura Williams here who will answer the question around clause 5 in the officer's recommendations.
Kia ora, Mayor Foster. Just in relation to your first comment, just for clarity for everyone, committee approval is required for all licences that are granted in relation to town belt land. Whether that licence is for a commercial purpose or not doesn't change the requirement for committee approval. There are, as you however noted though in section 18, some additional criteria that council will need to satisfy under the Act when we deal with commercial licences, but they'll all go through committee. In relation to the query around the required changes to the management plan. So the management plan should be updated and will need to be updated. However, I don't think we consider those updates to the management plan to be urgent on the basis that the management plan, as it stands, isn't actually inconsistent with the policy. The two sit together quite well. The policy just imposes some additional clarity and detail around process, which, you know, certainly when we are next reviewing the management plan will be updated for consistency, absolutely, but the two documents aren't inconsistent in a manner that would mean our implementation of the policy was at odds with the management plan.
Great, thank you. That's good. So I think we're back open for questions now. So I haven't got any hands up at the moment. Happy to say we've finished asking questions, if that's the case. Councillor Pennant.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I did get an answer from you, Christine, about customer service, but I am concerned about that, and I know that's where some of the concern is coming from the community. Is it really essential to mention that, particularly in terms of the town belt? It was always about business activity was there to support recreational activity.
That's correct, and that is the only business activity that is proposed under this new approval framework, the ones that support recreational use. And as we've said, we've got 0 licences currently, but we know that there are operators currently operating. So there is obviously an issue with our current approval framework. And so we want to make sure that we can manage any activity appropriately, and we need to know about it. So therefore, that is why we're proposing this new approval framework.
Thanks. I've got an amendment in about walkers and ensuring that they've got priority because the tracks are being opened up. I did want to put, given we've got a sustainable transport hierarchy, but the Deputy Mayor doesn't agree with me, so I've modified it. I presume that that walkers will still have the main priority. I appreciate that there might be a mountain bike race, and that's fine, not a problem. But generally, walkers will have first priority.
So under the policy, under the trading and events and public places policy, we've been really clear about pedestrian priority and accessibility guidelines. So there is a requirement that all activity in public places under that policy must ensure unobstructed accessibility. But yes, taking into account that there will be the odd occasion where there is an event that there may be no access for a short period of time, and that is just to maintain public safety.
Okay, thanks. And just the last question, this has also raised concern, the definition of low impact, because, for example, homegrown is not what I'd call a low impact activity. It's short in time, but it has very big impacts. And I guess that's what people see, is that when you put on a big commercial event or have a big race, that it does have an impact on the environment and people's enjoyment of that. So I was just wondering if you could talk to that a little bit more.
So there would not be a homegrown application that would be approved by officers, because that is a very large scale event, and we would take that to a committee for approval. But for an event that is commercial in nature, that has a direct relation to recreation, such as a running event, a mountain bike event, then that would fall under this new approval framework.
So what's a large event then? Because it specifically says in the low impact area that there will be large events.
So under the current management plan, officers already have delegation to approve events, but ones that are commercial, officers don't. And so what we heard from our stakeholders in the engagement, the one, as I've said, the running races, Xterra, I think it's called, and the mountain bike races, is that officers do not have approval to, officers do not have delegation to approve those activities, which means they can't occur in a timely fashion, and so they either occur without our approval or they don't go ahead. So it's just for those particular ones.
Okay, but you're still going to have, you could have a gathering of 4,000 people and see it's low impact, just for clarification.
No, I don't think, and I'm not a planner, but planners, as I said, assess every application on a case-by-case basis, and I think that they would have a look at the use of the reserve or the Wellington Townbelt land, and they would carry out a full assessment to see that it was low impact and it was compatible with the use of that area.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other party? No, looks like we've got, yeah, fantastic, thank you. Councillor Foon.
Apologies, Chair. Just questions on Councillor Pennett's amendments when they come through.
Fantastic. How about we deal with that when they come through? So we'll get the paper on the table and then we'll deal with that as it goes, because I think there will be a few questions from councillors on that. Okay, so I'm going to move this paper, and I think the first thing I want to begin with is to acknowledge and thank staff for their mahi on this, and thank you, Christine, for your work and for recommending that we took this process after our process last year. So thank you for doing that, and also for responding to the submitters. To see the changes and what has been put forward is really helpful, and it's encouraging for us to be able to demonstrate, when we do hear that feedback and how we can make those changes. I feel really comfortable with what is being proposed. I think it's been really well thought through, and I don't really think I need to go into too much detail with the introduction, so I'm really happy to open for debate. I just need a seconder for the paper. Who would like to second? Councillor Matthews, thank you. Would you like to speak now? No? Okay, so now we're open for debate. So Councillor Pennant, you want to put forward your amendments?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And yeah, sorry, I thought that hopefully is helpful. Look, I just actually want to start by acknowledging mana whenua, whose land we stand on, and including the land that we're about to discuss. And I appreciate the challenges of Councillors Day and Paul on this point. So I think it's very helpful. And I think I also do really want to acknowledge all of those environmentalists who have also fought very, very hard to preserve our land. They have done an amazing job, and I guess this is why I put some of my amendments forward, to maintain the integrity as much of that work. I'm particularly concerned about the impact around the legislation. It was a very important piece of work. We have a history, particularly of land being alienated. So we deliberately, I want to thank former Councillor Ritchie, Mayor Foster, and many other councillors, and of course our wonderful staff who've done a great job of making sure that we did actually protect what we had. Because the history of our wonderful city, first by the colonisers and then by the government, is that we have lost land, sometimes for legitimate needs, but we have lost it. So I guess I am troubled by the fact that we've got another level of policy here. I think we've already got quite a lot, and I do think it means that there's some complexity and potential conflict, which isn't perhaps going to make things as easy. I appreciate there may be a different view on that, but I do see there is some complexity here. And the reason I put these amendments up too is that, you know, we're often told that we don't listen to our submitters. I've tried to, you know, reading the submissions, trying to take that feedback on. So I'm just going to, because I don't want to take up lots of your time, is just quickly go through the amendments. Sorry, just bringing them up. So I've got a hard copy. So look, it won't surprise you that just given, like the debate last week, we're talking about streamlining. I'm very grateful to the officers for keeping 3 of the town belt sites out of the framework, and I'd like to take the other 3 back as well. Or beaches, which I don't really see as places for commercial activity, and cemeteries, which I do find really difficult to be talking about particular commercial activity. I just don't think it is appropriate. The next one I want to move is just around that business activities will continue under the current process, which is outlined in our papers. Basically, some submitters have seen that we are limiting public consultation. And as I've indicated, sometimes people see that the activities that might look like they're minor can have quite a significant impact. I've also just made it clear, but thank you to Ms. Ford for answering my question on this, but that walkers will have priority in our open spaces. Just making that absolutely clear so that that can be looked at in when you're looking at the streamlined framework, look at that as well. I guess I'm a little bit uncomfortable around the website notification. I believe there has to be consultation rather than just letting people know what's going on. I have added at the next one that just to make it absolutely clear that the legislation takes precedence over the streamlined framework. The legislation is king and always needs to be adhered to. I appreciate staff believe it does, but I just want to make it absolutely clear, just given the long, hard fight that we had to get that through. I think Ms. Ford was helpful in answering my question too, that this framework will, and the consultation will be reviewed in 3 years. So I hope that can be accepted. I was very uncomfortable that it looked open-ended, and I think it needs to have some constraints around it. I'm not a particular fan of talking about customer-focused experience. I just think we're talking about our beautiful, beautiful environment where everyone should have access, whether you have money or not. And I guess I feel that still any new land that is added should be consulted on. I'm possibly not such a fan of just, oh, well, we've done it, and that's all we need to do. So those are the amendments. Thank you very much again to staff for all the work that they've done. They've made some really positive changes, and I hope ideally that these can go through just to respond to the really strong concerns that many people have raised around the impact on the town belt.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Yes, Deputy Mayor Free. Oh,
okay.
Yep.
I know that we do have people who want to ask questions of these amendments. So I think Councillor Matthews, you've got some questions. Thank you.
Yes, I'd just like to have some officer advice on these amendments, including, you know, what difference will they make, and you know, for each one, if any.
Kia ora, happy to provide some advice. So we do not support removing the Wellington town belt, the revised Wellington town belt sites from this proposal, and that's for the following reasons. if we removed it, we would not be in a position where we could understand the nature of the commercial activity that is already occurring on the Wellington town belt. And as I've said before, that's really important because it will help us ensure we're meeting our safety obligations by providing safe public places as landowner under the Health and Safety at Work Act. It would also mean that the policy that committee has already agreed, where the committee has already agreed to this proposed framework, that policy that was adopted in November would need to be amended because that sets out this new approval framework. And it would also mean that the majority of the submitters who have given us feedback on this proposed framework in both the policy review and the second round of consultation had supported this new approval process. And so just to give a bit more context there, so before we drafted the policy, we carried out quite an extensive amount of stakeholder engagement, which is all set out in the report. We carried out we spoke to operators. We also carried out a survey of about 520 from memory responses, and that helped us in the drafting of the policy. Then we also, when we consulted on that draft policy, we heard from 186 submitters, and 51% of them agreed with the proposed framework and 18% of them didn't. And so they're the reasons why we wouldn't support that amendment. In terms of Amendment 4 that we agree, we think that's fine, just noting that the policy already provides that activities must ensure unobstructed accessibility is maintained.
So it doesn't make any difference?
No, it won't make any difference.
Thank you.
And with the proposed point 7, so which is agreed at the consultation that underpins this work has effect for 3 years. As I've said before, we would support that it was reviewed after 3 years. We don't support a sunset clause, and that's because of the extensive consultation we've already carried out, but we're really happy to carry out a review and report back to councillors on that. Agree to remove all wording related to customer-focused experience. That's fine, but I'm not sure where we would remove that wording from. The website, perhaps, because that's where the information about this will be. Agree to consult on any new land that is to be added or covered by this framework that is not reserved. I'm not quite sure what that clause is asking. Agree to consult on any new land that is to be added to be covered by this framework that is not reserved or town belt land. That we've already carried out consultation on the proposed sites and activities that are not on reserve in Wellington town belt land, but that's not within the scope of this current paper. This current paper is only covering the sites on reserve in Wellington town belt land. And sorry, your addition to point 6, that it's fine. It doesn't change anything. The note, just for clarification, that was the point, noting that the relevant legislation takes precedent, as always it does. Yes.
I would hope it always does, yeah. Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. I had 2 partai. So my first one is, in your view, what is wrong with the current process? Why would we, prior to this consultation, what was the kind of limits that we had? Is there consideration for environmental protection? Will environmental protection be increased if we stick with a new process?
So the problems with the existing process is that for each application, it would require first of all, an officer to assess the application and then to write a paper for committee to approve public consultation on that particular application, and then it would go out to consultation, and then we'd need to come back and get that final sign off from a committee. The problem with that current process is that it's a lot of uncertainty, and operators just are not prepared to go through that significant amount of time. And what we know from our consultation is that operators are like, nope, we're not going to operate in Wellington, we'll just go out the hut, or go to Greater Wellington and get concessions from Greater Wellington or the hut, but not Wellington City. And so that implications are that we have operators operating without licenses.
Yeah, so just to be clear, under the current process, because there are too many hoops to jump through, we will likely have more illegal operations in our town belt that are unregulated and could cause a safety issue.
Yeah, I'm not sure illegal would be the right word. They're just not approved, and they haven't gone through the required processes.
Cool, thank you. And then, sorry, Chair, my second partai is around number 2 on the amendments sheet. I just wanted to understand the impact of beaches and cemeteries, and maybe I just wanted to, this might actually be more of a question for Councillor Pennant, but I just wanted to understand that amendment a bit more. Why would we specifically talk about cemeteries and beaches as separate? Sorry, Christina, I wasn't sure if you gave officer advice on amendment number 2. You might have, and I might have been listening for the wrong keywords.
I mean, yes, obviously it is a Councillor Pennant question for clarification on why that amendment is proposed, but I can talk to the reasons why we included the sites if you would like.
Yes.
Okay, so these sites have been proposed by our officers based on their experience dealing with applications for activities and from public as well, who for example, at cemeteries, we have public that go there to cemeteries, and they are used for passive recreation, and as well as events such as commemorations. So we know that having refreshments available could offer flexibility and could increase that type of use, which is really important. And we also know that, while not all cultures find it appropriate, in many cultures, the practice of having a cup of tea or coffee can make a visit more pleasurable. And we know that families, more than anything, do not want cemeteries to be lying there without people visiting graves. It's a comfort for families to know that. And for beaches, you'll see that we've revised the activities that we initially proposed at beaches, and we've removed recreation services provision from every single site, and from some sites we've removed recreation equipment hire, but we do receive applications for equipment hire at beaches like Freiburg, so we've kept that one in, and we've removed ones where there are possible options for the brick and mortar businesses to offer those services.
Sorry, Chair, just one more partai's come up for me. So in terms of the beaches and the regulations, does that mean that things like beach volleyball and beach cricket are still permitted? Or I know sometimes, like when my mate Alice goes to the beach, we have to hire a specific ramp so that she can get down to the water, and there's a few more pieces of equipment that need to be there to support someone in a wheelchair. Other things, those recreation enabling.
So would you like me to answer it now?
Yeah.
You finished? Sorry, I wasn't quite sure if you'd finished. Yes, so that's that kind of use is not going to be affected by this policy. So this policy is only regulating commercial activity. So if there was a commercial activity operator who wanted to run a beach volleyball tournament and charge people, then they would need approval to do that.
I see. Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Are there any other questions on the amendment? No. Okay, so we've now had Councillor Pennant move it. So Deputy Mayor Free, would you like to speak to it now?
No, I'll just reserve my right to speak if needed. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora koutou. I'm not inclined to vote for any of these amendments, and it is partly, I think some of them make no difference, and I think some of them go against the process that's been underway for a long period of time. And I think that we do have to, I think officers did a really fantastic job actually of responding to community concerns and kind of walking back you know, some of the things that we were initially proposing. And I think that actually for me, it's probably almost a little bit too conservative, but that might mean that a balance has been struck. And I note that, Councillor Pennant, when moving the amendment, talked about she was listening to submitters, but actually submitters did say different things. So you're choosing a group of submitters and kind of going for what they wanted. I think that we're getting into a lot of level of detail here, which is not really our lane. I think that I understand we all have different circumstances, but I think the timing of this has been a very long process, and to get these amendments, I think, after the meeting had already started, again, I'm not comfortable with that does happen sometimes, and I'm okay with it happening sometimes, but it does seem to happen from certain councillors very often. And I guess I would compare and contrast, I have an amended substantive to a paper that's coming up later, which, I only, kind of initiated the conversation yesterday, but I talked to the chair, we set up a meeting with officers, and we have an amended substantive. So I'm sort of concerned, I guess on lots of levels, that submitters who have been through a very long process, officers who have been working on a very long kind of process with a lot of consultation and engagement, that it's a bit kind of gotcha to do things at the last minute like this. And I'm not comfortable voting for things under that circumstance. And I think if councillors want to put up a significant change, they need to do a bit more work to inform their colleagues, give us plenty of advance notice, and time to understand the impact of these changes and why. And there's nothing that I've heard that's convinced me. And I guess I would also just add that I think there is a difference between protecting something and never ever using it. And I think that the officer's recommendation, the paper that we've moved by Councillor Day and myself, actually achieves that. So, I mean, some of the amendments may be harmless, but I'm not inclined to kind of vote for them anyway, because I think the harmless ones make very little difference, just stating the obvious. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Kia ora, Councillor Condie.
Kia ora, thank you. I'll just echo Rebecca's comments, particularly around the timing of receiving these very detailed questions and amendments. But I just wanted to speak, Councillor Pennant, directly. I was a bit concerned in your introduction to this. It seemed to me like you were trying to compare bringing coffee carts once a week onto the town belt to the Pākehā colonisation of Māori land. I hope that's not what you were trying to do, but you would seem to be drawing comparisons between that, which I thought were quite inappropriate, and I hope that you'll address that in your right of reply. I think that the advice we've had is officers either oppose these changes because they are rolling back us, they're too conservative and are moving back further and further away from the purpose of this review and the many people who supported having these kinds of commercial activities temporarily available at these sites. It's really the officers have been so focused on all the way through on, does this enhance the use and enjoyment of the sites? The point of having the town belt is for recreation and the use and enjoyment of it. So I'm really pleased with the balance that the officers have struck in bringing this forward. I think that they have made some changes to take a conservative approach, acknowledging that there are parts of the community who are really concerned about this. I would like to just press on with what the officers have recommended, because I think it will enhance our ability for everybody in Wellington to be able to use and enjoy our reserves and town belt in different ways. So I think that's I won't be supporting these amendments this morning. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. So I'll speak to this quickly now as well. I'm not that keen to support them for many of the reasons that have already been outlined, and even some of the ones that I think probably don't make a huge difference and are a bit innocuous. Actually, like with number 6, if we have to start stating that legislation takes precedence in all of our papers, we're in a very strange place, because we all know that that would be the case anyway. So I think we're sort of starting to just put stuff there for the sake of it, which is a real problem, and I just don't want to get into that process, because we're wasting each other's time if we keep approaching it like this. I am also concerned around the connection that was raised at the beginning around Māori sites of significance. That is completely covered for in this process, and I don't think that there needs to be any comparison around this process and the fact that mana whenua sites will have a very important part to play in the way that this is worked through. I'm concerned that actually that removing the town belt and other sites actually opens up a system of, or that we currently have, which is a system of free-for-all. So essentially by supporting these, you'll be saying, oh, well, we're just going to go back to the free-for-all system where we really don't know what's going on and people can just do what they want. And that isn't actually working really very well for anybody. And it means that we have no way of saying, actually, no, that's not appropriate, and we'd like to talk to you about that and work out how we can make sure it is. So actually this is more empowering for good use of public spaces than not having it there. I think it's counterproductive, and I think it's almost sort of bordering on trying to perform to a community with the expectation that it's actually not going to reach the outcomes that they are actually desiring. And I do want to also stress that I listened to those submissions for all of them, and like others have said, actually there were diverse views, and our staff have done a really good job of listening to those and trying to find a way of making that work. I think what was proposed was good, and I think that we're really stepping into a space where we're just creating more chaos, which is really unhelpful. So I will not be supporting these. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a few questions, I guess, for the mover of this motion, which was kind of around the why, or the objective that you're trying to seek out. Because as I understand it, the concern that by not having a new process could potentially leave more unregulated activities, or I think it is fair to say illegal activities in our town belt. And I'm just kind of questioning, is it better to have regulation and oversight over the activities in our town belt under this new process than none at all? And I guess for me, I probably won't be voting for the amendment that you've got there specifically on beaches and cemeteries, because I went through a really stringent process as the portfolio leader with Councillor Fitzsimons around the cemeteries management plan review. And we heard from such a broad amount of different religious and faith communities about how important it is. And we've kind of already gone through that role. And so I would like to see the work of the cemeteries management plan and our town belt plan kind of being accentuating into one space. And I just wanted to pick up, you mentioned in the opening of your speech that the history of colonisation in our city and the history of degradation of our natural environment, which I absolutely agree with. But at the same time, whenever I look up moments of the town belt legislation, or whenever I look up mana whenua involvement and views on the town belt legislation, that's actually seen as a colonisation of that environment. So we know that there are several sites of significance for Taranaki Whānui in my ward, and I guess, and I'm sure you will be acutely aware of this, the Minister Eugenie Sage wrote a lot about it, Celie Wade-Brown has written a lot about it, but it's just around this Pākehā mindset of colonisation in our green belt spaces. Seems to be that our objective is to be the landowner, hold on to that land, manage it, keep it nice to look for, but not to necessarily engage with it. And I just think in my own learning of the natural environment, that the Māori worldview is to engage and be a part of that natural environment and to learn and to recreate in that area. And that's, I guess, yeah, I just wanted to challenge you on that, because I'm sure that you are well aware of that school of thought. And to kind of, yeah, state out why I won't be voting for most of these amendments, but I do appreciate the place that you're coming from.
Kia ora, Mayor Foster.
Thank you. There's one or two I'm going to support and others that I'm not. I think it's a matter of general principle, and Madam Chair, can I just appeal to all of us to do this, is that where an amendment is moved which actually has no material difference, or where an amendment is moved which actually reiterates existing policy, can we have the collective discipline to say, actually, no, that's already existing policy, no, stop adding things to amendments. That will be really useful, because we see quite a few of those. To me, I'm got to say I'm not particularly comfortable with the cemeteries one, but I'm inclined to let it run. The one that I do think is worth supporting, and that is the I think the officers' wording that they preferred was that the policy be reviewed in 3 years' time, rather than consultation that underpins the work have effect for 3 years, because that's the same meaning. But that's the one that seems to be sensible, because this is they're taking a particular approach. I can cope with the particular approach that's being taken, but I do think it's worth us having that the policy be reviewed after seeing how it's gone for a period of, and 3 years seems to be reasonable. So that's the one particularly that I think is worth supporting. One or two others I'm not. 9 I don't quite understand, because this is specifically about reserve and town belt land. So any new land is to be added, it's got to be added as though it were managed as reserve, so it will be automatic. I think that's where I'll leave it, but if you can take 7 anyway separately. And Councillor Pannett, if you wanted to change the wording of 7, if your intention was that it be reviewed in 3 years' time, that's a bit clearer than the wording that you've got there. Clever.
No, it was supposed to be a sunset clause, but if that makes it easier for people, I'm happy to change it if the Deputy Mayor's happy and the rest of the committee is happy too.
Any objections to that? So can you make sure that the wording is corrected, Councillor Pannett?
Sorry, can I ask the committee person to do that for me? Thank you very much.
Sorry, I think you do need to stipulate what you want that wording to be.
Oh, okay. Just
I don't think it's fair to put that on the committee person. It's your
sorry.
wording. It's your amendment, not theirs.
Yeah. But it was just a minor one, which was just to say that it will be reviewed.
You just send it through, and the debate can continue. Thank you.
Thought it was at Nerioga.
Mayor Foster still has his hand up.
I don't intend to have my hand up, so we'll take that down.
All right. Is there any further debate? No. Okay, so back to Councillor Pannett.
Right, so sorry, I don't actually have time to send an email while everyone waits for me. Am I able just to change the wording? Sorry, if we could just have the wording put back up on the screen.
Could you just say it verbally?
Well, sorry, I need the wording to make sure that I've got that right. Yeah, and then I'll say that. Thank you. Agree that the consultation will be. Yeah, sorry, the committee person has already done it.
Brilliant.
You're amazing. Thank you. You obviously know what you're doing. All right, councillors, I'll try and be brief, but you have raised a number of issues, so I just want to respond to those. So thank you for the debate. It's always good to have feedback. So I guess, look, yes, of course, we always have various views, but I have given weight to some of those who have given high priority to protecting our environment, because we have a history of not doing that. And obviously we've had a lot of submissions from people who walk dogs or ride bikes, and that's fine. But my perspective has been that this land is so special that we do need to support that. I don't agree there's too much detail. And Nev Foster, you know, I'm not actually really one for stating the obvious, but this time I have felt it necessary because I do feel that particularly the town belt legislation has been, it hasn't been strengthening it. And so that's why I did want to put that the legislation did take precedence, because we've introduced another process, which I guess I found a bit complex. Yes, it has been a long process, but I also was waiting to hear from submitters, which, you know, we get the papers only a few days before debate, and I wanted to listen to them and to see what the officer response was, which I think is very important. Councillor Conio made no connection between coffee carts and colonisation. I just wanted to recognise the history of colonisation, recognise the challenge that that in fact, yes, the town belt was a colonial construct, and we need to look at that. But nevertheless, this is not what the debate is about today. It's about commercial activity. I guess my point would be that when you have an ecological emergency, that we need to give absolute priority to protecting that environment, which is what sustains life. And that actually, while commercial activity is necessary, we've got plenty of places in the city for doing that. Councillor Day, I apologise if I offended you, but I was trying to be helpful. The past sites looked like they were getting, the use was being liberalised, and I just wanted to make sure that that the protection was appropriate for mana whenua. Councillor O'Neill, like I said before, of course I recognise that the land has some issues around it, which is why I raised it. And I would also say that Pākehā also engage with the environment on a regular basis. I'm sure you're out about on a daily basis in our environment too, and that there are obviously many different ways of doing that. I appreciate there are different views around cemeteries, like lots of different views, but I guess I was happy with taking it out, that I do feel that commercial activities in cemeteries is not appropriate, and I think there are a number of people that would agree with that. I also think that beaches should be a place where everyone can go rather than a whole lot of commercial activity. It wasn't about accessibility needs for disabled people. It was about, again, commercialising something that belongs to everyone. And I'd also just make the point that we do already have a high level of regulation, and that's what it wasn't about. None at all. That's not correct. We've got the Town Belt Management Plan, and we've got the legislation. We've got the Reserves Act, and that's what it's there to do, is to protect. So Mayor Foster, again, just nearly there. You know, I put stuff in about walking to make it clear, really, really clear, that walkers have priority, because we get constant pressure from those who want to move really fast through our green spaces, and so we just need to make sure that people understand that, and we have fought for that really, really hard, and will continue to do so. Thanks for the debate, and look forward to the vote.
Elder, so now that we've had the right of reply, we're up to debate, but I just want to have a look at that wording again, because it kind of flashed up quite quickly, and I'm not sure if it actually met with Mayor Foster's expectation around what review meant, because it was review of the consultation, whereas I think Mayor Foster might have been meaning review of the what we're discussing, the process.
It was review, just seeing how it's all gone in 3 years. That's.
I think it was a review of the policy, wasn't it?
Yeah, effectively that is. They'd say the policy is going really well or it's not going really well. So.
Yeah, so I mean, it was basically because I was just worried that the consultation basis was what was being there for potentially for many years, and so that was what. But I mean, whatever.
But that's not what your colleagues were saying. So yeah.
Okay. Well, people.
You could have kept it how it was, and we could have put another amendment up after.
No. Just change it to what Andy wants.
It's now very simple.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
perfect.
That's fine.
Good.
Thank you.
Just wanted to make sure we confirm that. So,
excuse me, sorry. Am I able to speak to that?
Not now, because sorry, we've actually completed the debate. So unfortunately, we can't discuss anything further. It's very clear in standing orders. Sorry, Liz Kelly, you've got your hand up.
Yes, sorry, Madam Chair. I just need something confirmed. I've been following the debate, and I'm getting a little bit confused. It's around Utupā. Is it clear in the papers that are going out that there will not be any commercial activities in the Urapa. Can you just confirm that for me, Madam Chair?
We're at a really awkward stage of the debate where we generally can't talk about anything further. It's really clear in standing orders, unfortunately. But if we can follow that up afterwards, because I'd have to say that would be what my understanding is.
Yeah, that's all, because that was my understanding, and then there was all this conversation, and I'm like, oh heck, have I got this wrong? So okay, if that's a good enough answer for me. Yep. If that's your understanding, Kapai.
We'll get officers to come back to us if it's different, but otherwise my understanding is that it is what it is. There's been a lot of kōrero that I can see how you're getting confused, but so that we don't muddy it any further, we're just going to get on and debate now. Okay, sorry, not debate, vote now. So
can you have them separately, please?
Yes, so we will do them separately. So if you could bring them up, Alyssa, and we'll work our way through them. Which ones do people want separately? Do we want to do them all separately, or is there a particular one or two that people want to have separately? Deputy Mayor Free, what were your expectations?
Well, I think it would be useful to just take them all separately.
Okay, we'll do that quickly then. All right, so we'll start with number 2. So if people can vote on number 2.
Councillor Day, sorry, could I just get divisions taken on all of these? Is that okay?
Sure. So we have divisions on these.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that has failed, 11-1, the one being Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. So now we will vote on a new number 3, which will replace the existing 3.
Sorry, if we could just have them up on the screen again, is that possible? Thank you. Lovely.
And that has failed, 10-2, the 2 being Deputy Mayor Free and Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. So then we will vote on 3A.
And that has failed, 7-5. Those in support being Deputy Mayor Free, Councillor Foon, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Pennant and Mayor Foster.
Great, thank you. Now we're up to number 6.
That has failed, 9-3. Those in support being Deputy Mayor Free, Councillor Pennant and Mayor Foster.
Thank you. And I'm just going to slow the pace slightly because Alyssa is having to convert between screens so that she can see voting. So if we just are patient. So we're up to number 7.
Number 7 has passed, 8-4. Those against being Councillor Day, Councillor Matthews, Councillor Calvert and Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. Now we're up to number 8.
And that has failed 10 to 2. Those in support, Deputy Mayor Free and Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. And then last one, number 9.
And that has failed 10 to 2. Those in support, Councillor Pennant and Liz Kelly.
Kia ora. All right, thank you. So now we are back with the substantive. Does anyone want to speak to the substantive paper? No? Okay. I'm just trying to remember who seconded the original paper, and if they spoke, Councillor Matthews, you don't need to speak to the original paper. I don't really think there's anything else I need to say at the moment. I guess I may just want to provide a bit of caution when people are voting again on all of this, when the motion comes together with the amendments. Just I'm a little bit aware that review one for staff, I'm not exactly sure because we didn't get advice on that, how that one will fit.
Yeah, given that we're now in debate, because technically that question came up after a right of reply, given that we're now back in debate and it's the substantive, could we now ask for officer advice about the wording of that amendment?
I would like to, because I feel uncomfortable that we didn't get advice on that when it was changed. So if officers could give us some advice on the issue about reviewing the process. Kia ora.
We would just advise that it said review the approval framework, not the policy.
So what I'm going to do with this situation, because it is a bit unusual, we do need to make sure we're doing the right thing. If with the leave of the meeting everyone is comfortable with that, I propose that we make that change. As long as there's no concern in the committee, it looks like we're okay with that. So thank you.
Apologies, Chair. Can you please just repeat that? What change we're making to number 7?
So we'll get Christine to say the wording just so that we make sure it's absolutely correct.
The word from the policy to the approval framework.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, being that there's no further, Mayor Foster, would you like to speak to the paper? Thank you.
I just provide some further comfort to officers if I can. A review doesn't necessarily mean that it has to mean a paper coming to the council, etc., and all the palaver that goes with that. It's really just saying, yeah, have a look at it, see how it goes. It's going really well. Fine, we've done the review, carry on. It's not going so well. Now we've got to make some tweaks, come back and have another think about it.
Great, thank you. I don't have a need for a right of reply, so we're going to vote on the overall paper. So if we bring up the substantive as it is. Does any
just a division on, sorry, just a division on the whole thing. I don't need anything taken separately. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to check with the committee if anyone needs anything taken separately. So that's all that we've got there. Sounds like no one's saying they need anything taken separately. Great. Okay, so let's vote.
So
Councillor, we're just
voting against the number 7 that we all agreed to.
No, we don't. We don't. Not really meant to talk during voting, but no, we're voting on the whole thing.
And that has carried 11 to 1. Those against, Councillor Pennant.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. So thank you to the staff for their help and work with that one. So we're now on to item 2.3, which is the regulation of residential property managers submission to Te Tuapapa Kura Kaianga, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. So I'd now like to welcome Liam Hodgetts, no mai haere mai, ki te hora I te kōrero. So if Liam would like to introduce the paper and answer any questions. Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou councillors, thank you. Yes, look, an important paper today, and it's a great opportunity for Chief Planning Officer to present this, because of course it is very much as part of our ongoing housing crisis in an area that I know councillors have had a concern with in the past. Just some context, this is the Housing and Urban Development Ministry. They're looking for feedback on a proposal to regulate the residential property managers of New Zealand, and as you all know, we have a vision for all Wellingtons well housed. We have approximately 78,000 dwellings in Wellington City, and we estimate about 40% of those are rented. So household tenure is a very important part of dealing with the housing crisis, because it helps a healthier and collectively more vibrant and prosperous city. Now, officers are broadly supportive of the consultation package. I know there's some amendments proposed. We're also comfortable with those as well. They have been worked through with officers. Broadly speaking, the consultation package is at its early stages, and the information in it's quite high level. The proposal is it won't come into effect until 2026. And that is going to provide obviously further opportunities and input for council throughout that parliamentary select committee process. Just a couple of key points, and I'll finish up because I know you've been sitting for quite a while in that last item, but you know, we're really supportive of the following aspects to this submission and the proposal by HUD. Firstly, this idea of occupational entry requirements, so professionally a fit and proper person test for the property manager, a really important aspect with some minimum training requirements there. The best practice standards from a professional industry, again, a code of conduct, a great opportunity to provide some regulation and oversight. The aspect of including a disciplinary and a complaints resolution process, again, like any great regulatory framework, a very important part of the architecture. And of course, a penalty framework as well. So when offences occur, penalties result. And finally, I think, and this has been some debate in the past, I think MBIE's a great option for the regulatory and stewardship role, for taking that role up to ensure this legislation is fit for purpose. So look, Alice Ash, I want to just call Alice out. She did a great job in pulling this paper together. It's an integrated piece of work through Baz Kaufman's team and the planning and Build Wellington and city housing groups. And yeah, really happy to put this forward.
Kia ora koutou. So I made a bit of a mistake there because I didn't look at the clock when I agreed that we should go on with the next paper, and it's kind of, we're into lunchtime, but I'm just wanting to get a sense if people have many questions, or if we can get through this paper maybe quickly and then go to lunch, because that would be quite helpful, getting us one thumbs up. So it looks like maybe we'll go and do some questions and then try and get on with the paper quite quickly. Councillor Pennant, you had a question, did you?
Yeah, I did. Liam, thanks for all that, and Alice. I was just wondering if you have any sense of the regulatory costs, what proportion that is of total costs, because you know when we did the healthy home stuff, we were concerned that it would have the unfortunate impact of actually increasing costs for the lowest income. And again, we've got this issue of putting more costs onto the industry, which someone's got to pay for.
Yeah, and that's a great question. So look, Alice can answer in detail, but one of the pinch points, if you like, of this submission and of the legislation more broadly is this idea that the requirement of regulation will have costs for the sector, and the sector accordingly will pass those costs on to the renter. That is an aspect that is a consequence of trying to get us to a vision where all Wellingtonians are well housed. And there's no estimate regarding the associated cost at the moment to comply with the consultation, so it's very difficult to quantify. As I said before, some of this discussion document's still at a high level. Alice might have more sinewy details in terms of what HUD are looking at and whether any of that economic analysis has been done.
Thank you, Liam. Yeah, you've covered most of my points there. What I would add is that HUD have made clear in their discussion document that these costs wouldn't be covered by the Crown, so that much we know. The extent of the cost will depend probably on the suite of changes that are brought into play, whether it's the licensing, the CPD, the entry level requirements. So there's quite a number of changes there, and the cost associated will be dependent on how many of those are adopted. What we do know, and we can take some faith in, is that if there's good property management companies out there, some of these practices will already be in play. So some companies will already practice training with their staff and that kind of thing. So in that sense, it will be more of a cost with companies who aren't already doing that, but I suppose that is the intention of the regulation, to lift the sector as a whole. And we have highlighted in the cost recovery aspect of our submission concerns around the cost going on to tenants. So we've highlighted that.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? No. Okay. Thank you very much, both Alice and Liam, for your introduction and answering our pātai. Kia ora. So now I'd like to ask Councillor Matthews to move the paper. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou. So I did ask to move this paper. I have an interest in this as a renter, and having had those property inspection reports that said that there was lint in my dryer or there were food particles on my kitchen floor because we had breakfast that day. So, you know, the day of the inspection. So I do want to say that the life of renters has really changed, and this industry has kind of popped up very quickly and with very little kind of in place. So regulation is extremely welcome. I'd like to thank Alice for her work on this submission. I'd also like to acknowledge Renters United, in particular Geordie Rogers, who I spoke with a bit this week about the sorts of things that they're saying. So we do have officer support for a slightly amended submission. The first aspect is that instead of just asking why landlords weren't included, we're asking actually for there be a minimum entry requirement for landlords, not just property management companies. And we're not necessarily saying that they should be, you know, subject to exactly the same regulatory regime, just that there does need to be some entry requirement for landlords and you know, some training and some decision that this is a fit and proper person. We also have removed where council was asking to be exempted from these requirements. It doesn't mean that we're asking to be included necessarily, just that it's the beginning of the process and we can see some benefits potentially for council being part of this. So we just didn't want to kind of commit ourselves at this point. And the other amendment that we've changed is about the penalty that we did. The original submission did say 40,000 seemed high, and actually we're, especially as we're supporting a range of potential penalties, that $40,000 we're not saying is too high now at this point. So again, to see how that play out. I just want to kind of make reference to Councillor Pannett's question about costs. And there is quite a lot of research to say that landlords don't necessarily pass costs directly on to tenants, because actually they kind of tend to charge at the market rate that they can get away with. And so it's kind of already, that kind of buffer zone is kind of already in there for and I'm not saying everybody, not all landlords, but most, you know, they're charging what the market will enable them to charge currently under the current policy settings. So yes, so yeah, hopefully just a wee bit of debate on this one. Thanks, officers, again. Thank you, Councillor Day, for working through this with me as well yesterday, and yeah, looking forward to getting regulated.
Kia ora. So I'm happy to second, and I won't speak to it. Deputy Mayor Free, you'd like to speak. Kia ora.
Yeah, I wish I'd had a little bit more time to read this, but I did read it. It was to me really unclear, the definition of what was actually the legislation applied to, you know, and I think after having thought about it, I realised it applies to it doesn't apply to landlords who necessarily own the home. But I wonder if by including question 3A in its current form, you will actually muddy the waters there. What I would prefer to see is a separate document outlining the responsibilities and regulation, or if there's to be some for that other class of property managers. But I wondered if the question I've got is, in the officer's view, does putting question 3A in its current form, where we actually start proposing things for all landlords, muddy what or confuse a submission?
Can I just say, sorry, we are in debate now, and also
Okay.
This is a submission.
Did we not get any time to ask questions?
We did.
Okay.
Madam Chair, it's perfectly in order for people to ask questions of officers about the amendment, because the amendment's only just been put up. So we have to be.
It's actually the substantive, and it was circulated beforehand. But I'm happy to.
Well, I think it would be helpful if we actually had it up on the screen. I'm just trying to find it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor Free, we have actually had time to ask questions. This has been circulated. This is not a tricky process. You've confessed that you haven't maybe had as much time to put to it as you wanted to. This is a submission. I think you just need to remember we're not actually making a decision about an actual, we're not making the decisions today, we're making a submission. So I'm happy to have a question of.
I appreciate that, but you're asking us to vote on something, so I want to ask that question.
All right, so we will ask that question quickly of officers, and then we will get back into debate. We have had time for questions, so I just want to say that.
Not on this topic.
Thank you, Councillor Free. So is your question around the definition of what's included in the regulation? And
my question is, when we actually get to proposing something, and it's a proposal about all landlords now, whereas this legislation, what's our submission on this is really about property managers. Is this actually getting confusing?
Okay, so I think one of our points in our submission to begin with the need for a clear definition of property manager as well. So we've already raised the issue to need a strong definition. By extending the scope and mentioning landlords in our submission, we're just highlighting to HUD that in their current scope, while it's still in the early stages, that maybe landlords could be considered as part of this regulatory changes. And this is probably a best place to bring this up because it is still the early stages. So if this is 2026, there's enough time, enough thinking. Just to give a little background as well, I was on a webinar with HUD, and the issue of landlords was raised kind of collectively in those discussions. So I think HUD are probably expecting landlords to be raised as well. And we're just proposing this as maybe not the whole suite, but some aspects of the regulatory changes could benefit the landlord-tenant relationship. So I hope it will be helpful in that sense.
Thank you. So we'll just get back to our debate now. So I think the next person in the speaking order was Councillor Calvert for debate. Kilda.
Thank you. I'll keep this very simple. I'll be supporting it, but I won't be supporting 2A, the substantive change. I don't think there's been enough views from both sides of the discussion around this particular topic for us to form a view one way or the other, or to make this proposal. So I won't be supporting 2A. Thank you.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. And also very briefly, look, I support the regulation that is being suggested here. So thank you very much to officers for the work that they've done on it. Councillor Matthews, thank you for talking to Renters United. I'll be supporting the first two of your changes, but not the third one. Your point is taken on board, but I do find it a bit rich that a Labor government would, in the interest of helping those most vulnerable, would regulate, but at extra cost to them. And I think we just need to be quite careful about that. There is a difficult balance, and I think there'll probably be people who are just like, actually, I just need a bit of relief on my rent as well. And whether a property manager has 15 hours of training or 100 possibly may not make that much difference to them at the end of the day. But look, I think it's good, and it just shows that around housing, we're trying to become more professional. Same with the real estate agents, and I think that's a good thing.
Mayor Foster.
Yeah, look, thank you, and thanks, Councillor Matthews, for the introduction. I'm struggling with some of these. I'm very conscious that at the moment there are a number of things which have been done with the intention of improving renters' conditions, but I'm also conscious that there are a number of landlords who are now, there are many things which are actually starting to encourage people to get out of the market. And in fact, we've seen rents go up rather than down in the last little while, possibly as a result of some of the changes that have been made. In terms of, I think that what we've already got in the paper, just asking the question that we're interested in why landlords have been excluded from the scope as some aspects of this regulation could benefit the relationship. I think it's fine to raise the question. I think to then go to say that we reckon that landlords should be required to undertake some sort of entry-level training. Now, we all know that there's all sorts of different things that people are occasionally put through. Some of them are really helpful, and some of them aren't in terms of education. And so I think we're asking the question, and that's enough for me, rather than actually saying that they should, and then see what ends up, coming through the process in terms of what the requirement might end up being put on landlords, which might scare more landlords off. In terms of the second one, Wellington City Council being eligible for an exemption, again, the wording is just saying it's unclear whether we are or aren't, but it's quite clear that a local authority, trading enterprises, community housing regulator authority, Kāinga Ora, are currently supposed to be out of scope. So again, I would just say, look, can you just, we're unclear whether we're in or out. I think it's good enough to raise that question and see whether the intention is that we are in or out, rather than request. I don't think we're requesting that we come out. We're just saying we're unclear whether we're in or not. And $40,000 as a penalty. Again, I just see the more risks we put on people, they'd have to be pretty bad to get a 40,000 penalty. But that's, if people start feeling at risk of those kind of things, and even if there was one case and people looked at that and said, "Oh crikey, that's a real risk," you can see what people will do. They'll say, "Well, I'm out of the market. It's just not worth it." And I'm not sure whether we want to actually suggest that.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor.
Kia ora, sorry, Councillor Day, was that me? Okay, I am welcoming the submission as the sister of a solo mum with 3 children who has constantly experienced trauma around, getting property inspections and some of the other mishandlings that have gone on. I am really keen to see that there is some kind of regulation for those in this as a business. I also think that many of the challenges, my understanding is they actually come from a lot of mum and dad landlords, because we aren't trained and we don't have a basic understanding of a license of what good practice is. And my understanding from Councillor Matthews is that is what we are saying. And I think that's a fair thing to go through. I really want to thank our team. This is an excellent submission also for bringing a Māori worldview. It was disturbing to hear how many Māori are in a renting position, and as opposed to owning houses. But actually, ultimately, what I want to see through this is that we are a city where good rentals are really great and easy to find. We are a city of transients, of many students and people that come to work. We've got a government that is constantly bringing people in. We've got an amazing film industry. I think we need to have really good rentals, and that also will take the heat out of the housing market. So I'm keen to see anything progress, that being a fact for Wellington. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Looks like we're up to right of reply now. So, oh no, sorry, Councillor Condi, sorry.
Sorry, I just came in at the last minute. I just really quickly wanted to raise, there's been a lot of comments about landlords, and one of the things that's interesting about New Zealand is we have a very unusually high proportion of essentially amateur mum and dad landlords compared to the rental markets overseas. And it's one of the things that I think we really need to consider about how our rental market works. And generally speaking, I agree with Councillor Fern that often those can be some of the people that are the most challenging to deal with. So I'm really supportive of raising the issue of landlords and whether they could be included in this framework or some other framework. But I do think it's important to have that as part of the conversation and to put those kind of owner operators, if you like, these landlords as part of the conversation and not just through the property managers. Because these are major investments for people, but it's when you're dealing with people's rental home, it's their literal shelter, it's their literal livelihoods, and we should have some level of expectation of regulation around that. Exactly what that should look like is not our job to figure out, which is good. So I do support this bringing this into the conversation, because overseas, landlords are almost universally professional investors who have this kind of system in place.
Kia ora, over to you, Councillor Matthews, for a right of reply.
Kia ora, thanks colleagues for the discussion. And I do want to remind you that all three of these changes are, have been worked through with officers and are approved by officers, and also they were all kind of talking points through the development of the submission. So before we even came in, these were kind of issues that were discussed and debated. And so, I think it is the kind of legitimate conversation about what should be included at this point. I just want to note, again, that landlords, it doesn't mean it's the same regulatory kind of process for a property management company. It means that there's a minimum entry requirement, and that, so many of our properties, landlords own one or two investment properties. And so there are a lot of renters who would be excluded by this extra protection. And, they're kind of the things they have under law are, things like going to the tenancy tribunal. But with the imbalance of power between renters and landlords, particularly when rents are so high and there's a limited stock of rentals, those are not kind of real rights that people have access to often. So to put in that extra kind of positive of a little bit of regulation that people have, and a small amount of training to ensure that this person can be a landlord, I think is not actually an onerous minimum. The submission, just in response to the Mayor, does actually ask for that clarification of, where people sit, and we still do that, but it's just we're not explicitly asking to be removed at this point, which was, originally part of the discussion. We thought there could be real benefits for council, but we want to kind of go through that process and see how it falls. So it's more a matter of not taking a position at this time while still seeking the clarification. Councillor Pennant, I was a little bit confused by your comments, because this was about the $40,000 penalty, because that's obviously to a cost that would be a penalty to property managers. And I would note that was that penalty is supported by renters advocates and Renters United. So there's no penalty there for tenants or the most vulnerable. It is about those costs. I mean, you hear a lot about any kind of regulation of landlords and the rental market and property managers, that, everybody's going to exit, it's going to put people off. And actually the experience is not the case, that there are still a lot of incentives to rent out your rental property, not least the income that you get, and also the kind of the capital gains you're getting on the property. So, I mean, I think that it's like the minimum wage. Every time the minimum wage goes up, people say jobs are going to be lost, and actually the evidence doesn't support that. So I think that I have actually sought with this amended substantive to take a very middle of the road position, and not renters kind of only, but taking into account that our population, the people that we represent, is a mix of homeowners, some landlords and renters. We're a landlord ourselves, and kind of balancing all of those responsibilities with quite a middle of the road submission. So, and thank you again to Alice for all your work, and especially the last couple of days. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's vote.
Sorry. Could we just make sure that we take 2A separately, and if we could have a division on that as well, please.
Okay, so let's take
2C, 25C for me.
Let's take everything except for 2A and 2C. So we just need to give officers a chance to make that work.
Can we just take all three of those, the amendment bits, please? You might as well. You've got all three of them separately.
We've still got to do two.
You've got to do the substantive bits and then the bits in red.
Okay, so let's do 1, 2, and 3, and then we'll do the 2A, 2B, 2C separately. So 1, 2, and 3 we'll do first, and then the A, B, C separately. So Elise will vote on the 1, 2, and 3.
So for 1, 2, and 3 of 2.3, that has carried unanimously.
Great, thank you. So now we'll do 2A.
For 2A, that has carried 8 for and 3 against.
Thank you. So 2B.
Uh, 2B has carried, that's 7 for and 4 against.
Thank you. And then we'll do 2C.
Are we able to take a division on this one?
Yes, on this one, yep.
So 2C has carried 6 for and 5 against, the 5 against being Councillor Calvert, Mayor Foster, Councillor Pannett, Councillor Wolfe and Deputy Mayor Free.
Great, thank you. All right, so we've finished that paper, so we've just got one more to go after lunch. What we'll do is we'll have 40 minutes for lunch, will be 39 minutes. We'll come back at 1:40. So if you'll turn your cameras in, make sure you're on mute, enjoy your lunch. From a councillor. Oh, there we go. We've got none. Yeah. Awesome, we're there. That sounds good. Okay.
Well, not anybody's arm.
I thought it looked like Terry's arm. Oh no, my haere mai anō. Welcome back, everybody. So we're on to our nearly our last paper. We've got a couple of quick ones after this one. So we're on to item 2.4. Destination skate park feasibility study, and so I'd like to invite Kim Fell to introduce the report, and then we'll have any questions after that. So no, my Kim.
Kia ora, Chair. So look, the Wellington skate park feasibility study was requested by councillors through the 2021 and 2024, or through that period, LTP, and it provides a high-level sort of concept designs. It's a comprehensive and detailed report which has been informed by consultation with a panel of local skate experts from a range of backgrounds and representing a range of skate styles. As you're aware, the Kilburnie Park has been identified as the preferred site for the regional skate facility. In 2022-23, a master plan will be developed for the park, which will consider development of the wider area. And the plan will also consider how skate can be integrated as part of a larger park redevelopment. So, sorry, Kilbirnie Park is within a site of significance to mana whenua, and we see this as a great opportunity to partner with Taranaki whānui to co-design a space where rangatahi can thrive. We'll ensure that we run also a very meaningful co-design process, which gives effect to council and mana whenua priorities. Due to the timing of the feasibility study, we're aware that today's discussion is happening after the annual plan, or LTP, committee has done its initial consideration of the annual plan budget. So it's important to note that if you adopt the recommendations of this paper, this committee is making a recommendation to the annual plan, or LTP, committee, and there'll be an opportunity to consider this within the wider spending and budget context. So while there's an initial view that here of value and phasing within the document, the phasing of the cost, that may need to change once we've had an opportunity to consider the project alongside the full annual plan budget. So this may result in an advice on different phasing to the annual plan LTP committee for deliberations. So we'll take the report as read. We do have some good people here from our team who may be able to answer some further questions that you may have. So thank you.
Kia ora, thanks for that. Councillors, are there any pātai? Councillor Calvert. You're on mute.
Thank you. We're sharing sound, Councillor Fitzsimons and I, so we just, it's a bit of a tag team. Look, just, I know that the proposal is for a destination skate park, and I just wonder whether, is it really this location for the destination one? Could there be consideration just for an average skate park, and considering other existing skate parks that we have in Tawa or Northland at Ian Galloway, whether they could potentially be a better situation to make a regional facilities. Also, because I couldn't see anything in the papers, I mean, if we created a regional facility out in the east, is that encouraging even more traffic to drive through into the east rather than sort of the north or west? So a few questions there really for officers.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that question, Councillor Calvert. So we have looked across the city and across our network of community sport and recreation parks. So the largest sport and recreation parks we have across the city for the preferred site. Kilbirnie has a lot of, I guess, advantages, particularly due to the fact that it is a significant community sport and rec park that is where there are a range of both indoor and outdoor recreation facilities and community facilities located. So that's a big part of the choice of Kilbirnie Park as the preferred location. I think in Kilbirnie there's also a lot of advantages in terms of proximity to schools, the large and I guess diverse community within Kilbirnie, and there has been a lot of investment in public transport and active transport infrastructure in that part of the city as well. So I think that a destination skate park by definition will always be about attracting people from around the city and around the region to visit. But I think in terms of location, this is one that really will, I guess, allow people to tap into the network of active and public transport connections to get to the site.
I can just add to Sarah's comments as well. There's obviously a good connection to the Kilbirnie Recreation Centre, which is also a wheel facility a lot of the time. So skate happens in there, both roller skating and skateboard sessions. So we see there's an opportunity to kind of connect those two facilities together.
So have you got a view of whether we've got too many recreation facilities in the east in comparison to the rest of the city as a whole? Because I want to share the love, obviously, but you know, it just seems like another thing going to the east to perhaps where, when there's a lot of growth happening up in the north, or planned growth to happen up in the north, where there's not the same amount of growth to happen in the eastern side?
Look, I suppose historically we've got facilities that have developed in the east because of, and those are regional and national facilities. If you think about the Regional Aquatic Centre and ASB, or now Akatangi. So, yeah, look, the availability of flat land, access to good transport, access to a really large catchment of schools have all, I suppose, seen us develop facilities in that part of the city. But at the same time, we've also seen significant investment across the city in community parks and facilities. So I think we've got a pretty good balance. We've, certainly in terms of our review of community facility planning for the next LTP, we will be looking to, I suppose, strengthen our investment in areas where we are planning to see more growth in the future. But as Sarah said, this is a good site for all the same reasons we've already invested in this part of the city. And I think, we're always challenged in Wellington with good, a reasonable sized areas to develop these sort of activities on. And again, I suppose that's why the East is often presented those opportunities.
Okay. I look forward to the 4 lanes going by there.
Councillor Pennant.
That was just bait to the bear, Councillor Calvert. I was actually going to have the same question because I kind of grimaced when I saw East. I guess, are you talking to Let's Get Welling Moving? Because it's likely that we're not going to have light rail out there. It will be buses, and we really don't want to encourage more private vehicular traffic that way.
I suppose we've been aware of the transport plans, and the impact they will have on Kilbirnie Park for probably longer than a decade now, probably 15 years or more. And I think certainly in terms of our development of facilities here, we will have that in mind, and what the potential impact could be on Kilbirnie Park as a really important community sports hub that hosts and supports a number of sports in future. I think, as Sarah said, the ranges of transport opportunities for people is evolving and changing. And, we think it is a part of the city that is well connected already, and that it will continue to be well connected from a transport point of view.
Okay, next question. That part of Kilbirnie is very subject to flooding, as you know. So I presume that you'll be doing some major adaptation planning. Yes.
Yeah. So I think so really the next phase and the significant phase in terms of the wider site is the Kilbirnie Park master planning. So that is scheduled to happen starting next financial year, so starting July this year. I think it's been recognised throughout that there will need to be some really smart thinking, and actually there's a really good opportunity there in terms of looking at how we do a park development that really does respond to the climate adaptation and mitigation challenges, and includes water sensitive urban design and other things that are going to respond both to the site and also what we're likely to see happen in the lower lying areas of Wellington in the future.
Okay, and last question. I don't know if Liam's still online, or it might have to be referred onto him later. Look, it's great to hear that you're going to be working with Mana Whenua, and I really appreciate the goodwill, but I understand that wasn't the significance of the site hadn't quite been picked up. So my question really is about, and it's a generic one for the whole of council really, every time we're doing some development, that we are thinking hard about the history of any land that we use. And there's a whole lot of reasons you'd look at the history of the land, but if there's a significant par site on, as there may be with one of the Let's Get Welling Moving transport routes, then, we obviously have to take that into consideration. So do you feel that we will pick those things up in the future?
Look, I think we certainly will. And I think, I think we all understand that the world is changing in terms of our relationship with mana whenua. And, if I reflect back, there's been multiple developments on that site over the last 3 decades. But it is a new environment we're operating in, and we're very committed to that partnership and engaging in a meaningful way. So I think if we had been doing the master planning, clearly we would have come to council very much in partnership with mana whenua around that, what was proposed for the site. But we were asked to do a piece of work so councillors could consider the investment as part of this annual plan on the back of the work we did for the LTP, and we just haven't had the time or capacity to do the bigger piece of work, the master planning. But we needed to, I suppose, engage with the skate community and look at what a project like this would cost. And essentially that's what we have delivered back to councillors today for you to consider.
Okay, and just final, a bouquet. Thanks for thinking about what one particular part of our community really wants. So they seem happy. So that's good. Thank you.
Can I just add there, Councillor, in regard to the mana whenua, the challenge we have as well is that pretty much all of the whenua is of significance to Māori in some shape or form. So it's a relevant sort of where we're looking at. We're going to come across the issue of being needing to engage with our mana whenua, but then on the flip side of that too, mana whenua are telling us that they've got a whole lot of their own priorities and they don't want to be involved in everything that we're doing necessarily at a detailed sort of engagement kind of level. So it's a bit of a balance that we're trying to just balance as we get them more engaged with our program, and as we support them with their program a little bit more. We're not going to be able to involve them on every single thing, only because of literally capacity in there. But I think in this particular instance, we've tried to ensure that we've got the ability to at least have the conversation with mana whenua here in the process, and it might not have been before this paper's come to you today, but our channels are opening with mana whenua around these at a big strategic level, and as the strategic level sort of filters down, then we can have more of the detailed kind of conversations on the things that they think are priorities. So I think we're getting there, and we're definitely doing it more and more, but we're also feeling at the same time pressure to prioritize particular pieces and not every little thing that we're doing here at council.
Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, I just wanted to reflect a little bit on the master planning opportunities and ask if there's any chance that we might think about some housing on that site if we were to do a bit of rearranging. Is that in the thinking? I'm just thinking about where the plunket rooms are and the playground that's there at the minute. If it were able to be incorporated with the new skate facilities, whether that would actually free up an opportunity.
It's certainly not within the scope of our thinking at the moment, and I suppose the whole site is recreation reserve, and it's pretty important, I suppose, as recreation reserve for a growing city and a growing community. And I think while the site we've looked at for the skate development is large in the Wellington context, it's still not huge, and we are going to be quite challenged, I believe, with that master planning. We wanted to move the playground, which is not in a great location at the moment, more into the centre of the site. So I think we're going to have challenges with the master planning to meet everyone's aspirations and expectations for development. That would be my view. So, but I see the site as being very important as one of our largest community parks that has significant investment in a number of facilities at the moment. I think if we tried to put housing into that site, that would present some quite significant challenges and would probably need a major redevelopment of the whole or parts of the whole site. I don't think you could do it in a very practical way.
Well, it's good to have that answer because I know it has been sort of mooted. So it's good to have that answer and that opinion. Thank you.
Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, thanks for the great work and the exciting paper. And I just would like to comment, beautiful read, thank you. The report was a really, nice to read and beautifully laid out. So I appreciate that. Just some questions around it might be ahead of the game, but just that circular economy, looking at the concrete opportunity, like is there a possibility down the track to keep that in mind for when we do get to the stage, providing we sign off today, that we could reuse concrete in some way, shape or form?
I mean, I think it's something that we definitely need to be considering in all our developments. I understand where you're coming from. Skate is really challenging. So skate parks are generally made of concrete, and actually the ones that are long lasting and fit for purpose will be made of concrete. I think the one advantage is that it is so long lasting, and the renewals are quite different to using different kinds of materials. But I think to Councillor Pannett's question earlier, I think as we work through the master planning process, we need to be really mindful and thoughtful in terms of the location of the site, and also how we develop in a way that recognises where we find ourselves in terms of climate adaptation and the climate change and ecological emergency.
Yeah, great. No, thank you. I appreciate it's getting ahead of the game, but good possibility. I appreciate they need smooth as well. Opportunities for partnerships, sponsorships, is that something down the track we might also be able to look into?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. That's all from me.
I have just a question around our other facilities, because the question has come up about the choice of location, and just wondered if you could elaborate for people who might not be aware of what we have in the north, particularly of the city, when people are talking about spreading things out, that we actually do have some quite new facilities and more coming, and why it's so significant to have the one that this destination one and the location that's been chosen. So just if you could sort of, I guess, explain that, we're not necessarily missing out in the north, it's just that it's a different type of facility. So if you could speak to how that works in that location.
Talk about the network of skate. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the question. So obviously that we've just had the upgrade of the Pukehuia Park, which is probably now our best skate park in the city. And also we've got Towers upgrade, which will be happening this year, beginning of next year, which is really, really great. Throughout the whole process, we've looked at the city as a whole. So we really wanted to look at the whole city as a network. And also assess the gaps. So look at what we've got and look at what we haven't got. One of the things that we haven't got is something all in one place. And so the exciting thing is to try and bring all of that together, and echoing what we heard this morning in public participation, create a real space for lots of people to come together and connect. Although on that network plan, it does show that we have other parks that are close by. They're actually not terribly, they're not of a very high standard, or they're not very large. And so from a skate perspective, there isn't a huge amount going on in that area. And so, so that's, it would be hugely beneficial to the area to have that there. But we have very much looked at the whole city, and that's where we landed.
In the broader context, off the top of my head, there has been a lot of investment in probably the last 5 to 10 years in the north of the city, and with a lot of justification and recognising that provision perhaps wasn't always as equitable across the city in terms of investment. And picking up on the need also to recognise the growth of some of those cities. So, particularly in Johnsonville, you're all familiar with the development that's occurred there around the library and the pool. And the work on the pool is ongoing as we speak. It's very much at the tail end. The work around Alex Moore Park and the hub, Waiora, our investment in artificial turf there. Towers also had a lot of investment in trails, community parks, investment in the pool, further investment in skate. And within the LTP, there's some really exciting investment around areas like Granada North, which again is really indicated for that future growth. So I think, from a planning perspective, officers are comfortable that, we are providing where the need is. It's an evolving situation for us, and as I said, going into our next LTP, there's going to be a really important piece of work around community facilities, and particularly for suburbs like Tawa, where we're in Johnsonville, where we're forecasting a lot of growth, and just making sure we've got the right level of provision and the right place, and also that investment will be made in the right time. So yeah, I'm pretty comfortable, and I think we need, when we think about the east, it is because there's a lot of flat land here, there's a lot of colleges, and also we have two facilities that are of a national significance and even international significance in terms of the role they play for us as a city. So both ASB and RAC host national events, and from time to time they, not so much in recent years, will host things at an international level. So they're really important regionally and nationally to us, and hence that investment.
Well, thank you very much. So that looks like we've come to the end of our questions. So now I'd like to invite Councillor O'Neill to introduce or to move the paper. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you very much, Chair Day. I just wanted to start my opening of the paper to thank the over 100 skaters and families that came and spoke to us over the long-term plan process, and in particular to thank the excellent work of our officer, Sarah Murray, for her leadership in the community and really, seeing this through. It's been awesome to hear out and about the amount and the breadth and depth of people that have been involved. So I'm lucky enough to be a city councillor and a roller derby coach in Kilburnie, but over in Waitangi Park Bowls, 8-year-olds do tricks around me, and it's pretty insane. Play spaces in previous years, I remember growing up as a kid, for the now Akotangi Sports Centre, the former ASB Centre, I was, I think, yeah, we were chatting around at the rec centre. We really wanted one of the floors to be an ice rink, but unsurprisingly, that was potentially, not a market, not a gap that our Wellington City Council had seen at the time. But this kind of proposal that we have in front of us here today, councillors, would have been an absolute delight. I want to acknowledge that it's really, really important we continue our relationships and consultations with Taranaki Whānui. I'm really excited about the master plan for Kilburnie for a number of reasons. One of them is water sensitive urban design and looking at how we can take some of the excellent investment in three waters, ecological assessments and recording of native skink populations, native gecko populations, Kororia, little blue penguins and other things like that. I think it's a really excellent example actually. And if we're going to be building on an isthmus, on a place where liquidation might be occurring, then it's really important that we have that stuff in there too. Another reason I'm really excited about this proposal is we have a rising youth crime rate in the eastern suburbs at the moment, and kids as young as 11 years old are being charged with some really serious stuff. Projects like these have been known to prevent youth antisocial behaviour, and through COVID and the eastern suburbs, we've lost a lot of community spaces. Strathmore Community Centre is closed for refurbishment. A lot of churches have closed their doors, and limited hours. And you're not allowed to hang out in places like the Roxy anymore. I've been chatting with a friend of mine doing her PhD in youth antisocial activity, and she's focusing around the eastern suburbs in Mount Victoria. And commonly, they describe the one thing that Wellington's missing as a shared communal space for young people. And this will do just one of those needs. We aren't teenagers seen as invaders at the moment. They're too big, they're too loud, they're too old for playgrounds, and at least in the eyes of some parents, too young, too loud, or too broke for restaurants, bars, and stores. I'm very conscious of the play spaces policy and several reports that PSR has done over the years that kind of shows a really solid gap in skate and active recreation infrastructure for teenagers and in particular adults. Most of the adults in Wellington can't really point to a place where they can engage in adult exercise equipment or other things like that apart from a skate park. This site specifically, I believe is classed as recreation space and would be on the same site as the old bowls club there. And the GSI maps in Kilburnie and sort of point out that it wouldn't be really too suitable for housing much more than a medium density, and would have to take a lot of water sensitive urban design in there. This comes with the 2017 report that shows the gap in skate infrastructure, specifically mentions young people, wahine, takatapui, and gender non-binary people and gender identities. So this would be specifically designed with them in mind. Now, I've taught people up to the ages of over 60 years old in roller derby to learn how to skate. And the days of everybody at the park looking like Tony Hawk are a little bit over too. We've got mountain biking wheelchair users and people like Bailey from Wahine Skate and Mel earlier, many of whom have contributed to this feasibility study. I wanted to talk a little bit about Newland Skate Park, because that's actually one of the only spots in Wellington that wheelchair skaters can access and participate in our skate parks. I've travelled a bit around New Zealand, and just as Mel was talking about in Merrin this morning, for your 7 kg carry-on, you tend to add your skates in, and then that's pretty much the first priority when you're packing a bag, because you want to experience some of the awesome infrastructure. And actually there's a really awesome community of skaters in Otutahi, Christchurch, that have built a half pipe in their backyard, and they regularly have wheelchair skating competitions in the area. So I guess just to prove that how awesome our community is, and that we want this to be really made to access for everybody. I encourage my colleagues to support this proposal today, as we've supported, other recreation facilities like the Kandala Park pool proposal in recent weeks. And I would like, even if it's not necessarily a sport that you feel too familiar with, I assure you, you will see so much more positive growth from the Wellington community as a whole, not just because of the physical benefits of skating, but the mental benefits as well. And I'd just like you to reflect, I guess, on some of the public participants that we've had and how young and how diverse our groups are that will benefit from this proposal. Kia ora, and I'm very happy to take any questions. I'm going to invite Councillor Day to second the paper to talk in particular about sites of mana whenua significance.
Kia ora koutou. So very happy to second this, and want to begin by acknowledging and thanking the staff, Alexi and Sarah particularly, for their mahi on this. It was really cool reading that Smith report and just reading how the workshops went. They sounded really engaging and interesting, and that we've got a collective that's come together for this is really exciting, and you can see the energy that's coming around this. That's actually not just about the particular site and the feasibility of that, but actually around how they engage and work together as well, which is really cool. And so I do want to just speak to the mana whenua perspective on this, and just some of the discussions that have happened over the last couple of days, and want to thank councillors who have raised concerns that when we see in reports that we haven't talked to mana whenua yet, that makes us think carefully. And I think it's really important that we do, and it's great that that's the space that we're in. And I thank Paul for acknowledging that we've moved into a different time, and I think the team is doing an excellent job moving into that space. It's very tricky, as Karepa said, that mana whenua have a lot of priorities of their own, and we have to make sure that we're not always just putting our priorities up first and saying, we want to know about this, we want to know your perspective on this. We have to follow a process which is fair and also brings people along with us. And so in conversation with the team, I feel really comfortable with the thinking and with the approach and how we can work with mana whenua going forward. This is of course a process which was instigated by this council, and so we've asked for this work to be done, and it's a little bit hard. Sometimes you can end up with that chicken or egg situation of which bit comes first, and it is quite important that this work has been done with the skate community to figure out, is this the right space, and how would it work, and how would it look, what would it cost? And then it does feel like this is a really important time now to go and have that conversation with mana whenua with that information on board, to say this has been identified, what do you think? You know, how does this site work? You know, and really go at it with a very open mind as to where to from here. And I really get that sense in the team that they're wanting to have those conversations and you know, working that into process as well along the way. So I just want to really encourage and endorse that thinking and that process, and thank councillors for also being on board with that and wanting to make sure that, you know, we're supporting the best we can as well. I'm really happy with the selection of you know, which part of the city we're looking at for this this facility, and it feels a bit strange because obviously as councillors people do often like to sort of support things in their own ward, but actually if you look at it at a citywide level, it really does make sense to have a facility here close to other facilities where people are also engaging potentially at a wider national or international level. And actually our young people do quite like to be quite mobile around the city. You know, like my kids don't see that they're stuck in this part of the city that we live in. They would not see any barriers to getting over to the east if that was where they wanted to go. And we do have a pretty good public transport system which is available to young people, and actually it's part of that feeling of being independent as well. So I think actually it's a really great location, and having that sort of, I guess, wider sports hub there makes it feel quite special. I of course still do want to see our city investing right across the city in skate, and we've already seen and heard about that today. I thought that one of our submitters was really what the quote that stuck out for me this morning was that rangatahi just want a place to just be. And I thought that is so important, you know, that you can have a place where you can hang out, and being outside does make it sort of feel more inclusive because, you know, it's sort of got that kind of fluidity between the areas. So I think from my perspective, you know, we've got to think about what we're doing to include all communities in these processes. And I feel that what has happened to create, I guess, this feasibility study and to work with the Destination Skate Collective is that there is that real feeling of diversity coming, and that thinking is not just coming from one particular sector, and it's not council just leading it. So yeah, really excited to see where this one goes. I won't be here, I guess, I won't be here on council when it's completed or when it gets to that point, but I'm really excited. I'll be watching from outside of council to see how this progresses for Wellington, because I think it's going to provide amazing opportunities for so many people. And I can see that Deputy Mayor Free would like to speak next.
Okay. Look, so much has already been said, but I'm glad that it's been pointed out that this is, you know, that we have invested around the city, so that the east is not, you know, it's not taking more than its fair share. And that Pukehuia Park that we had managed to open the other day, that had the most amazing facilities. So, you know, there has been investment. I'm thinking also of the Kandala Pool for you, Councillor Calvert. So, you know, there is investment going on everywhere, but I think this is going to be absolutely fantastic for the eastern suburbs and for Wellington. It is a place where people can get to easily. And I think for me, I've been the mother of 3 teenagers. I love teenagers actually, but it is a time when they need to start getting independent, and they need to be able to get themselves places. And part of the beauty of this is actually that Kilburnie hub area has so many bus routes from all over the different parts of Wellington that actually converge there. So it's an incredible opportunity for independence and for a really healthy and you know, really positive experience for young people to have not only that skate facility, but all the other facilities we have, and the beaches, you know, just everything coming together. Dare I say it, KFC, that'll be part of it, I'm sure, but it'll all come together in one spot for them, and I think make for an amazing experience for our youth. And part of what I've seen while I've been on council is we do need to look at our youth. You know, the sad stories we hear about how anxious and depressed young people find life in this modern age. I do think we need to invest specifically for them. And we have heard from our submitters that this is something that they are going to appreciate and they're really grateful for. The water sensitive urban design, that is such an opportunity. And I think about what we've managed to do along Cobham Drive and how well that planting is actually going and how beautiful it is. We can make something really beautiful here. It does flood in Kilburnie. We had to put in a massive big pipe to try and deal with some of that flooding. And we're basically at the end of what can be done with hard engineering. We now need to start changing our solutions towards the planting and the traps for water, and do things in a different way. And this is a big enough spot that something can be done that's quite meaningful in terms of water sensitive urban design, and it can be gorgeous and beautiful at the same time. It was good to hear that there are good reasons why we wouldn't consider putting housing there, because I know some people in the community have sort of said to me, oh, you're missing an opportunity, you know, should it be used for something else? And it's quite good to get the staff advice that actually, no, this is for recreation. This is set aside for recreation and wouldn't be particularly appropriate for housing. There probably isn't too much more to say. I would like to say that the business community is really supportive, and that's good. And I think that Councillor O'Neill made a really good point about, you know, the crime and the levels of frustration that we're seeing amongst young people that are getting up to mischief. So, you know, I think for a variety of reasons, this is a really, really positive thing. Can't say anything more than that really, but I'll certainly be voting with a very enthusiastic click on that green button.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor Matthew.
I'll speak very briefly. I just thank you, Councillor O'Neill. I'm happy that you've had a chance to kind of lace up your skates to the benefit of Pōneke. Great image in the media, and thanks to officers for their work. And I really want to say thank you to the skate community, because every time you come in and talk to us, I just get so inspired. And I think it's, you know, the kind of the beautiful mix of, you know, you're doing something outside, it's a physical activity, it's a sport, but it's also creative, self-expression, it's individual but a community. It's you can watch and you can participate and you can be sort of doing all of that, and the kind of slightly edgy kind of you know, vibe that a lot of people have said to us, like I was kind of like a bit of an outsider, and this is where I found my people. And I just, you know, I never really thought you know, that much about skateboarding or, you know, any of these things, roller skating, and it's to see it, it's a beautiful thing. And I just think that beauty and community can be kind of anywhere, and that it's our job to support it to flourish. So yeah, excited to do so.
Kia ora, Councillor Fone.
Well, jeepers, there's not much to say really, is there? But I can say I live under the treetops pretty much, and even now I can hear the clack, clack, clack of skaters hitting the apparatus they've developed by themselves up there. We've been here for years, and it's been nothing but a joy to watch the community, the diverse community who gather there, really having a place to be. And I think, yeah, so I do want to thank all of our submitters this morning, because they really highlight the big opportunities we've got as a city. And one of the quotes I loved as well was that missing piece of the puzzle for our rangatahi. It really is. And I've got nephews haranguing Auntie Laurie for Wednesday Skate Park. Haven't you talked to Jacinda? She wants more skate parks, you know, so I just know, and they come into town, catch the train, they're cruising from Waitangi to Treetops to Island Bay. So they've got no problem with moving around, as you said, Councillor Day. So great hub, great location. I love the accessibility of it. I love that it brings out the vibrancy. So seeing people out and about, that was about this morning. And probably number one as a parent is an off-screen option. So yes, 100% in support. And thank you, Councillor O'Neill, and to all the team for the work on this. It's really good.
Kia ora, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, look, just very briefly, I want to endorse the comments of previous speakers and acknowledge Councillor O'Neill for the work on this. And it was great to see the photo of you in your roller skates. And also just want to acknowledge officers for the work that's gone into this. As councillors, we often get asked by the community how to make something happen in our city. And I think the skate community could give good advice to other communities about how to make things happen. But I think it's a combination of having a good idea, developing relationships with councillors and with officers, and making sure that you see it through. So I do want to acknowledge the skate community for getting this over the line and for highlighting this issue, because I think there are a lot of facilities in our city for traditional sports, but actually the Olympics has already got skating there. We need to make sure that we're always catering for the wide variety of recreation that our residents are looking for. And I do want to say that I think this will become a really positive part of the community. Thanks.
Councillor Rush, good to see you in our meeting now.
Thank you. I timed that beautifully, actually. I just want to pay tribute to the skate community, just in my own experience in Waitangi Park, where I've taken my kids since they were 2 or 3 or 4 or all of that. And there's been just so much respect and care taken with these little kids who are just trying to learn, and they're tying up space that the big kids are being using, and yet they patiently let them do their thing and they let them learn. And it's a very different skater community to, I think, was in place maybe in the 70s when I was last on a skateboard and failed. So I just really want to also endorse or support some of the commentary I heard, I think, from Dave and Max about this is a different community. It does care and it looks after young kids in the way I just described. Just really impressive. The other thing I think is that the facility at Waitangi Park is occupied not just at peak hours, but all the time. Sure, it has different peaks on the weekends and so on, but that kids are there for hours. And I just think it's in the amount of kids there demonstrates to me there's a lot of capacity or latent capacity or demand for another and a bigger park. So I think that's been identified. So, and of course, as an Eastern Ward councillor, I'll take this facility as if it's on offer. If we could just get a tunnel all the way to the Waitangi Park, that'd be great. Had to throw that in. Anyway, thanks, officers.
Kia ora, Councillor O'Neill. I think it might be back to you for a right of reply.
Yeah, thank you all the councillors for such a wonderful debate, and it's glad to see that a lot of the messages have come through as well. I just wanted to make a few acknowledgements that I forgot in my opening statement. The first one is to Councillor Paul, and she's not here today, but I know that she's a skateboarder as well, and she's a good mate of Bailey's, and I just wanted to state that she's been super supportive of me and the skate community during the last annual plan, long-term plan, and sort of helping see this through. So I wanted to acknowledge that, even though she's can't be with us today. And yeah, just as Sean Rush said, the Waitangi Park is kind of like a 24-hour recreation facility. If Courtney Place sucks, that's normally where you go to hang out and stuff like that. Of course, not drinking any alcohol, officers. I just wanted to say, keeping responsible and all that. But similar to, I think, is it in Christchurch, they've got a massive park, and that's pretty much where everybody ends up at the end of the night, and everybody's sharing around bags of lollies and drink bottles and stuff like that. And so it can just be a beautiful organised hub and space. The very last acknowledgement to make is just, I guess, around the community facilities. We've got Ibis, Kutuku Flats there, and we also, just to thank and the generosity of the Plymouth Fund, which is $1.5 million in the budget, and that kind of money has to be used on beautification projects. So yeah, just wanted to extend and acknowledge a few more things there, but thank you all the councillors for your awesome debate, and I look forward to looking at this all again at next year's annual plan.
Kia ora. Okay, we'll now put this to the vote. So, councillors, if you can vote.
That is carried unanimously.
Kia ora. Thank you, Elise. And what I'm going to do now is I understand that the team at council have maybe a piece of exciting news to share with us that they've just heard. So over to you, Kim and team.
Kia ora koutou anō, councillors. And we just thought we'd take the opportunity to share some news that's just come through with you guys. So I'm pleased to let you know that Wellington City Council was awarded the Community Recreation Program of the Year award at this year's Recreation Industry Awards, the Recreation Aotearoa Awards. So that award was for the Leisure Card program. So that's one that Councillor Fitzsimmons has provided a lot of support for over the years, and that, yeah, we're really proud of in terms of the work that we've been doing with our Leisure Card partners. So really nice to have that come through, and we thought you'd like to hear about that.
Congratulations, it's amazing.
Yeah, thank you. That's really lovely to hear that. What great timing that it came through and you could share it with us now. Thank you so much. Thank you to Councillor Fitzsimmons too for her mahi on that. Thank you. Okay, we're going well now. All right, so we're on to item 2.5, which is the Forward Programme. And I'd like to welcome Kim to introduce the report. We'll give you a second just so you can move out of the room.
That's okay. Look, it's a reasonably straightforward program, really. We've got a number of items you can see there within May, and a bit of a lighter agenda really within June, but I think that June may end up being a bit busier. So happy to take any questions that you might have at all on this.
Can't see any hands up.
Good.
I just add to Kim, some of the papers we've got are subject to the work we're doing with the groups, particularly around in the lease area. So there was a little bit of a caveat there, but we certainly try to push things along.
Thank you, appreciate that. All right, so being that there's no questions, I'm happy to move that. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Poon, thank you. So we'll now put that to the vote.
And that is carried unanimously.
Kia ora. Fantastic. All right, so now we'll move on to item 2.6 and no mai anō Kim to introduce the report. Kia ora.
Thank you, Chair. I think we just take this one also as read. Happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Nope. Okay. Oh, Councillor Pannett, I wondered if that was a face of someone who was trying to find her place. Over to you.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm always trying to log into Diligent and then it doesn't work. Sorry if I'm missing something, but why is the action plan and the strategy for the Māori strategy on separate months?
Kitty, will be able to jump on that one.
So this is on the Forward Programme, are you meaning?
Sorry.
It's all right. We can answer it now.
Can you just
it's all good.
Thanks.
So Councillor, we had a bit of a discussion, and we're going to decouple the action plan from the actual strategy, only so that we can focus on the strategy at the high level and what the key components are, and work a bit more with the mana whenua and the community and your guys selves as councillors around the actual physical actions. We're aiming to bring you essentially a 3 to 5 year action plan, and at the moment just putting some of the phasing in there is just a little bit of work and massaging to do. So in order to bring you, as was requested, the strategy before the end of the financial year, we're going to bring that first in May as it's ready to go, and it's quite ready to table, and then we'll work on the action plan and bring that later. Other strategies that you have had have always been decoupled in that way, and others have been brought together. We aim to bring them together because we thought that that would be doable, but I think at the moment the best plan is to bring the strategy first and then have the action plan, the detailed action plan. The action plan is the more internally focused one of what it is we're going to do and how we're going to commit to implementing that strategy over the next few years.
Thank you. So there's no other questions on the actions tracking. Cool. I'm happy to move that. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor O'Neill, and we'll all vote. Ooh.
That is carried unanimously.
Kia ora, kua mana. Awesome. All right, tēnā kua mutu te hui. We're not going to stand. It says e tū mō te karakia, but we don't need to do that because otherwise we'll all be looking at each other's puku. So I will finish with the closing karakia. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia ki te urutapu nui. Kia wātia, kia mama, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua, I te arataka tū. Koia rā e rongo, whakairia ake ki runga, kia wātia, ai rā, kua wātia. Thank you everybody for persisting through. Great meeting.
Thanks, Jill.
Thanks, Jill.
Thank you.